Nice! Do you have a contest? Nice! You should like get like on the board. Yeah, you've been on board a work podcast. Still listening. Alright, go on, man. Are we ready to go? Can we start?
I guess so. Yeah, we have an answer. Start. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Is that okay? Not gonna work it. So I mean, it's always fun to watch.
So, after we back to but there are certain times where
Can you hear me, Matt?
Maven, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. So the technical difficulties for anyone who's watching didn't resolve as nicely as we'd hoped. We're trying to get the stream live, but as we come in, we have this game where clearly we are seeing a QMC versus Darkside, and I can't actually tell what the Darkside is.
I saw the list of decks that were being played. I haven't seen this deck list, but it's a Coruscant CRV.
Oh,
Now,
of course it is.
Before we get too into this, Maven, the other chat, the other video call still has like 5 people in there, and it's blank. So I think perhaps I'm going to log off of here, go to the other one, and let them know that there's a new one, but this new link isn't posted anywhere.
I know, we were trying to get that up, and that's fine. Good idea.
So give me a minute. I have to find the old one first of all, and then I'll be back.
Okay.
Just let me know what I miss.
Sure. So we've seen some relatively aggressive play out of the Coruscant CRV deck with an early Vader and Shuttle to the Bespin system, which is giving the QMC player a little bit of pause.
Where's the link to the old one?
If you go into your Google Plus, you should be able to find it. Alternatively, we can just post the link to this new one.
Yeah, I think we should do that.
Okay. I will do that.
And my Google Plus is not showing it.
Okay, well, I posted it live. So now we see Harksef and the Overseer. A move that's no surprise to anyone since those cards are very good. The where these go might end up being an intriguing question.
Can I pull it anymore?
Yep.
He gets cards and doesn't drop out. How much activate? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
So you got to see, you missed out on what I'd consider to be a relatively interesting move. The first turn, Elven's Eye Overseer, which shouldn't be any surprise, but then seeing it go down to Corset rather than try to contest in space.
Just went through like 5 or 6 revisions. I was like, oh wait, did you not on there anymore? Oh wait, everything's related.
All right, so we don't have lists this time. I don't have any yet, at least. And I haven't heard from Shusky, so we may not get them this game, which is too bad because I'm interested in seeing the Coruscant CRV list.
I agree. It looks, I mean, it looks intriguing. It looks like a good list.
Maven, do you know who's playing this game?
Not yet. I have asked for more details. We were scrambling a little bit because of the technical. We had a series of technical hangups, and
what was wrong with the old one?
There was a problem with the permissions because of the guy that came in and started spamming, and we couldn't actually fix that. So we tried to do a new one to fix it, and then the video got shot. And then, so we tried to do a different new one, and the video was better, though it's obviously not as good as it was before. And then we kind of ran out of time. So because the next match was starting. So we are going to see TIE and ship come down to Coruscant to fight the Overseer. The Overseer, of course, does not draw on its own. It just gets a Destiny to power or attrition.
So the CRV deck for Darkside starts the Battleground Coruscant with the Imperial Square, so Emperor can come down for free, and that looks like Janus. I'm expecting him to play probably at least 3 Emperors.
At this point, I'd be surprised if it's only 3.
Yeah, that could be.
I would expect it to be a very sack-heavy deck, a very, very Emperor-heavy deck as well.
And it looks like he started Imperial Rest Order combo, Combat Response, and then I don't know what the third effect is. Could be Security Precautions, actually.
Oh yeah, that would be an interesting start.
I was going to comment earlier, there are only, I believe, 3 hidden bases today, but I think Security Precautions is just a very good card to play right now. because it will really give you a huge advantage against hidden base, which I think is probably the most underrated light side deck right now. And of the 3 decks we've seen so far for Dark, this is the first one that had security precautions, which is surprising to me.
Somewhat surprising to me, although, to be honest, I don't think that Googlin's deck would struggle to beat Hidden Base. I think it would do quite well against it, so may not be necessary. Although the Court deck, I wouldn't say the same about. I think that a security precautions would have been a very solid inclusion in that deck.
So it looks like the space battle was not enough to clear Overseer, and he decided to land his tie at the site. And I'm assuming that's Darth Vader piloting the shuttle investment, is that right?
Yes.
It seems surprising to me that the QMC player went with the Overseer to Coruscant instead. Might have been better off hanging on to him at Bespin because he can't make the move there. It's too far. So it's a little surprising to see him concede Bespin system right now, when as a QMC all you really have to do is occupy it and then get 2 sites and you're good for the rest of the game.
To be honest, I was surprised he went to space on his second turn, I suppose. I thought the stronger play would have been to try to get out his locations. I mean, just get out more locations, perhaps deploy to Bespin on the ground, and wait so that he could throw down the Overseer when he's ready to flip. So now we see Gold Leader and Gold 1. I assume we're going to see a good amount of reinforcement. Yes, Lando, Scoundrel. Ooh, I like that combination.
Yeah, and see, this is all it really would have taken to get rid of Vader up there, I think. So that's why it's so surprising to me to see the Overseer now stranded over on Coruscant. And especially since he's playing against what appears to be a pretty strong space deck, starting combat response. Had 2 ships out the first 2 turns. It's, and now the Overseer's kind of just a sitting duck over there.
I actually think it's significantly worse than just a sitting duck, because the Overseer needs other ships to be any good. Not drawing Destiny on its own is very, very weak. He's basically just conceding that he can get blown out at some point there. That's not what I would consider a strong play. Like,
does it have a 6 hyperspeed?
It normally has hyperspeed of 3. However, there are several modifiers to consider.
Well, he would need 2 a few maneuvers. Actually, he wouldn't even be able to do that, but it's not cumulative. So, he's stuck there. I mean, I can't see any way he could get him over there.
Well, he could cheat.
Wouldn't be the first time we've seen that today.
No, it wouldn't.
And I don't mean cheat intentionally. We've had some people miss some things in the last 2 games, and
Yep.
I don't know if this one would get by though. It's pretty blatant. And now I'm not sure what happened to Gold Leader.
I believe Gold Leader, the Lando, and the Vader were all forfeited to this battle.
So that must mean the dark side saved a force for the Battle Destiny.
Which would make the Gold Leader play less than strong.
Yeah, especially when you think that if he did crack the immunity, which was nothing, he chose to forfeit the ship instead of just Lando. So it's questionable. I mean, all he did was clear Vader. You know, it's very possible the dark side player here has another Vader, and then with the light side, that's pretty poor play because he's down one ship and he's down a Lando.
Yep. I mean, I understand where he's coming from. I think I would rather... You know, this just speaks to the disadvantage that having Heartseth over there provides, because, you know, you would rather keep your Gold Leader and Gold 1 in space and just lose the Lando, but you can't do that because then you have a Gold Leader and Gold 1 who's very weak on his own, and the rebeat's just waiting.
Yeah, as QMC, you really got to focus on flipping, which means just occupying the system. I don't really think a hit-and-run battle like that does much for you.
You're correct. I mean, he obviously knows his deck better than we do, but I'm puzzled. Though I get puzzled fairly often, so it's not exactly groundbreaking that this would occur.
And Darkseid's reinforcing pretty well on the ground. It looks like the virtual Erica to start retrieving. Blizzard 4.
Oh, that is a beautiful play. I'm a big fan of that. And we see Black 2 come down with DS612, the most lamest named pilot out there. He probably kicked the Overseer out of space. I mean, obviously anything's possible in a one-on-one space battle, but... And we see a pull of Pride of the Empire. Oh, I like that pull. And we see Ben Tarkin versus... Did you see what the Light Side Destiny was?
No, I did not.
It was a character, so neither of them will be forced to forfeit.
We know we're going to see the tie take off, though, from the site.
Yes, indeed. And it looks like the dark side won the battle by 1, since we saw 1 force go lost.
And he's going to pitch his Blizzard 4. He must not have had enough saves for everything. But that's, you know, that's not the greatest situation right there. You know, having Erica, Janice, and Emperor. QMC could be playing some EPPs, could come down and get rid of a couple guys down there. You know, with Blizzard 4, at least you had a pretty strong grip on it.
I mean, and you get rid of your Blizzard 4 for the rest of the game. It's normally paying 1 force to keep 8 power and 4 forfeit is something that you always say yes to, because
5 forfeit, actually.
Don't get technical on me here. But yes, you are correct.
So now, you know, QMC's in a situation here where Overseer's stuck. You know they have Pride of the Empire, which is going to cost you 2 force loss if you lose a ship. And you have the choice, do you either leave the Overseer stuck there, or do you try to go for the flip? And, you know, he's already down Gold Leader. He's probably got a few ships, but at this point, it's a really tough situation for him. Does he go to the Bespin system and try to flip, or does he prevent the beatdown in Pride of the Empire at Coruscant system?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You pointed out a really good a really difficult situation here. I mean, I think Lightside's going to be hurting unless he finds alternatives to fighting right now. That card could save him. that card could let him delay a turn, which would be very helpful. Other than that, I mean, he basically needs extra turns at this point. And I don't know how he's going to get those.
Looking for another site now.
It's like occupation, so it's a scheduled action that you can declare, right? But you don't really come automatic. Yeah.
You know, it was a turn or two ago we saw him look like he was trying to move the Overseer, so it's possible when he made the original deploy, he just didn't realize it.
That 6 is greater than 5. That would be, I mean, it's silly, but that would just be heartbreaking because we have seen that he has a few maneuvers in hand, and not being able to bridge that distance is just huge. And he's going to be forced to put down R2 and Red 5 and what surely is going to be a Luke. Oh no, EPP on. That's not the way he wanted this game to be played. Oh, but there's an X-Wing cannon. I do like that X-Wing cannon. And he's going to battle. And
I don't know how much force he has, but I'd be hard-pressed to believe that he has enough force to initiate and fire for 3.
He has already paid the 3, though, and then drew Chewie of Kashk. I think that is a hit.
No, that's a miss, because Chewie's a 1. And I know one of those ties, both of them, I believe, are a maneuver 4.
You're right. I was thinking that Chewie of Kashk was the 2. But of course he's a 1. We're going to see.
And that's a 5 battle destiny for Dark, so he's going to clear a character. He's going to have to either lose Han or Hark and the Overseer. If he loses Hark and the Overseer, he's going to facing Pride of the Empire. And now he's also going to be facing the counterbeat if he loses Han. I think this turn, he kind of just either was banking on the X-Wing cannon hitting, or didn't really see what was going to happen on Darkseid's next turn, because he's going to have to lose a character. He has no immunity anyway. And which tie is that? Can you tell? Is that Black 11?
No, that's it's Black 5 and Black 2. Both virtual, of course.
DS615 is the pilot for that one right now, is that right?
Yes, both of them are matching.
Okay, so both are matching. Both draw a battle destiny if unable to otherwise. So, in any case, you know, I really question this because he's going to be drawing no matter what, even if you hit him with the X-Wing cannon. You're going to have to lose somebody, and you're going to face a counterbeat. So, even if you would have hit one of those 2 ties, then you're still facing a battle destiny, and then you're going to face whatever counterbeat comes his way.
Yep. I feel, I mean, maybe these decks maybe he'll turn the game around, and maybe this game is going to go really different from how we see it, but I don't really see any good way for this QMC to come back. Now he's forced, of course, to pick between, does he lose Han and Harkstaff and strand 2 ships at a place he can't get to them, or does he eat 2 a turn for Pride of the Empire?
Well, since you mentioned he has the 3 maneuvers in his hand, Red 5 can actually go to Bespin, and that's what he's going to do.
Yeah.
But we didn't see Pride come down. I wonder, did we miss something? Maybe he didn't win the battle. I think that must be the only explanation.
Well, that would be 8 for... yeah.
13 for Dark with the 5 battle destiny. And Light Side would have had 13 plus 2 destiny, so they didn't win the battle, so couldn't get the Pride down.
Okay, that's better for Light Side. I wouldn't say good, but...
I'm going to say there's a pretty good chance that Darkside's able to clear Han right here. He has no immunity over there at Bespin. Probably doesn't have 3 more force save for the X-Men cannon.
I can't imagine. I mean, that's deploying 4, 8, 12, 13, and then having 3 saved. That's pretty unlikely. So let's take a step back and look at this Darkside deck. What are your thoughts about it? It appears to be that it's matching weapons in space, and then very much a hold one site ground package. You know, Emperor, Arica, Blizzard 4, probably multiples of all of those, Janus.
Yeah, I think so. You know, he's got 2 docking bays down there. One's a 1-0, the other one's a 1-1. And he's playing the spaceport docking bay, which tells me he wants to deploy +1 for the opponent instead of the cheaper transit. So I imagine you're right. He wants to hold that one site. And lots of ties, I assume, in space if he's playing Pride. We're going to probably see another ship here, too. So it'll be interesting to see if he's playing some matching bounty hunter ships, perhaps.
Yeah, and the other, you know, this Darkside deck, it's interesting, and I like the start that throws security precautions out, but I gotta wonder, Imperial domination? It looks like he's only playing Imperials. Where's the domination?
That's a good question, too. That's what's making me think he might come down with some aliens right now.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, Boba Fett Bounty Hunter is an exceptionally good card. And there are other good aliens, but...
So I just want to point out that actually Black 2 and Black 5 both had a maneuver 5 that last battle. So to hit them, he would have actually needed to draw 3 with those.
Oh, wow.
And Black 5 also may not be lost during the weapon segment.
So he clearly had to have targeted Black 2.
But with so many tie ends, you have to wonder, is he playing any of the dark maneuvers?
Sure.
Which would make it very difficult to hit them. So this is way off script for QMC. You know, when you're playing a QMC, you're not planning on battling them away at other systems. You want to at least get a couple guys in the ground, flip, so you can, you know, do your force pile search every turn. So this is not going the way that I'm sure he planned.
Yes, you're right. And, you know, the thing is that this went off plan because he made the choice to make a relatively aggressive first turn deploy to another system. If he'd chosen not to do that, he wouldn't be in this position. He'd probably be flipped right now, you know, and have substantial ground presence, a little bit more space presence, maybe similar space presence at Bespin, and he would have probably lost a few more force along the way to drains, but I can't help but thinking that he would be in a better position if he hadn't made that choice.
And we don't know much about this Darkside deck, but no one does. I mean, I've never seen a Coruscant CRV deck like this, and as the light side player, you see their starting combat response. You know they must be playing a pretty good space package. They came out with Vader and his shuttle on first turn anyway. And so you have to think, you know, the Darkside player sees QMC, he pretty much knows what to expect out of this. And if you're light side and you go to Coruscant system, to their site, their location, first turn, there's got to be a lot of surprises. You know, you don't know what to expect from a deck like this, whereas the limit of the light side tricks in space are probably alternatives, a few maneuvers, some things like that, maybe out of nowhere. But as a dark side player, you pretty much know what you're getting into in this matchup. Not true for the other way around. So it's a risky play to have gone to Coruscant system like he did and just completely disrupt his own game plan.
Mm-hmm. You're absolutely right. And, I mean, I don't get it.
We actually don't know who the players are. We haven't seen deck lists for this one. There were some technical difficulties before the game. Shusky must have been unavailable to provide us with this info.
We have sent requests. They have not been responded to. It's almost like people there are more interested in winning their own games than they are with helping us do silly things like enjoy following.
And QMC's finally going to flip. It looks like they've got Lando and...
Hukumer!
Yep. Although he's not at a battleground right now.
I wouldn't ever put him at a battleground.
Does he flip with 2 sites, or does he need a battleground?
Oh, he needs 2 sides. Yeah, you just have to control 2 Cloud City sides. There is no battleground requirement there. So now we get to see Wedge and Ship. That is going to be the virtual Wedge and Ship, which is not looking strong in this game.
Yeah, no independence so far, so... So, interesting wrinkle here is that Darkside got fighters coming in and out, which makes Wedge power -2. Additionally, this is going to be a 3 drain at the docking bay on Coruscant because of the Admiral's orders. And as we speak, there's no way to get ultimatum in effect unless he puts Puck Thriss over at a battleground. But that's not necessarily a good play, as you mentioned.
I would rather save my own drains than potentially limit a 3 to a 2, especially against a deck where you've already seen sense. You know, wow, he's going to play very conservative. Move the Lando to the non-battleground. That's interesting.
Must not have a path in his hand.
I mean, Lando's fairly defensible. I would have left Lando be. And yes, yeah, there are ways that you could lose the game by that, but I would have let the Lando lie.
And if I'm not mistaken, it's firepower out for Darkside, so they probably retrieved 1 that turn as well.
Firepower is such a silly shield, folks. You know, it's almost a strange question to ask, but I'm really starting to wonder if this QMC deck is running a Admiral's Order of its own.
Usually I don't see them in QMC.
Not unless it's Agnos's deck. I could see, I would see a lot of strength in being able to replace their Admiral's Order here. And my previous, my playtesting in this meta has shown that Darkside Admiral's Orders can be very strong. Any of 3 really can really just turn a game for the Darkside player. And the obvious counter to them is to run your own.
What would you run here if you were light side?
And that's the problem. You could take the Fighters Coming In variant. That's probably what you'd have to run, and it's not as strong.
If you're not playing Squadron Assignments, which it appears he probably isn't, then I'm not so sure if I'd play I'll Take the Leader, especially when you have a guy like Wedge who's going to be power -2 with it.
Now I'm trying to think. Yeah. You're not wrong. You know, concentrate their fire, I honestly might consider including. Once you flip, it makes your aliens immunity to... oh, that's just gratuitous. It makes your aliens immune to less than 6, like... And you can do some silly stuff. It gives your EPPs power. I would really consider that. I'm sorry, I said that wrong, because it does not add to the immunity of your EPPs, except for EPP Lando, and he's pretty terrible. So.
Yeah, well, you see he's not playing EPP Lando.
Yeah, Lando Scoundrel is way better, so.
I think it's looking more and more like he's going to be up against the spiders coming in the rest of the game.
Yes. No, I mean, I think that's inevitable. And I think that speaks more to the disadvantage of this type of a deck construction for a QMC.
Yeah, and I believe we just saw him do a Path of Least Resistance to get Lando out to a site during his activate phase.
Yes.
So he could drain for free and drain for 3 total.
Mm-hmm. Good eye keeping us updated on that. You know, I'll admit, I was almost ready to call this game for the for our dark side player, and probably prematurely, because, you know, if he gets, say, an EPP Luke that he throws down to a Cloud City, I'm a psychic, and then puts out Celebration. Yes, I am a freaking ninja on this one. Then he, you know, he's not in a bad position right now, especially if he's holding another Path of Least Resistance in his hand, or a barrier, or both. Then, you know, he's not in the worst position he could be in.
I think he could use another site. You know, when you only have 3 battlegrounds like that, it's sometimes hard to get separation enough where you can get your drains off. Even if he paths away, it's very likely that dark side player can just follow him and block the drain. So, you know, a 5th site would be nice, a 4th battleground, and also I think I might like to reinforce Bespin System right here. There's a pretty good chance that you're going to be facing some kind of starship weapon for dark side.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that. I mean, this is... Oh, I like the off the edge. Presumably this is going to be for the tracked 6.
He's targeting Puck Thriss, which tells me he doesn't have a track 6.
No, because it's off the edge, not on the edge.
He still has to draw greater than the character's destiny number, and Puck is a 2, I believe. Is that right?
Yeah, and then you retrieve the difference. So he retrieved 4 because he drew a 6.
So why, if he had the track 6, which I'm not convinced of, why wouldn't he have targeted Luke?
Because you make a good point. And we will... Oh, that's just... That was a really good play by the dark side. Waiting until after retrieval to cancel the celebration. That showed some patience.
So now he's hoping to bury it.
Yep. And I think he's going to be able to, because he's got drains of 4 coming in.
Obviously, this should be a second copy of that in the light side deck.
Mm-hmm.
And we did see him grab the Masterful Move combo.
Did. Grabbing the Masterful Move combo is one of the many reasons why Savrip is good in QMC. This is just a public service announcement. And interesting, he's going to place Walkling out of play, I do believe, to get that celebration back. And we're going to see a Janus.
There's his drains for 3 and 1.
It isn't often you see drains of 3 at docking bays.
Not anymore.
You know, this Coruscant CRV deck, it's actually reminding me quite a bit of a Bespin CRV deck that Jan Westergaard used to run, where he was using, he'd use bunches of ships and then, of course, Executor and not keeping the Empire. They must never again leave the city to recycle them to docking bays. The Admiral's order that added a docking bays, Emperors, Januses, Emperors, more Emperors, more Emperors. It was a good deck. I liked that deck a lot.
You might be onto something then with the possibility of this being Jan at the top of the screen playing Darkseid then.
Yep, it could be. I
wonder if we can unmute their microphone, maybe pick up the voices.
Oh, I'll happily unmute them. We'll see what's coming on. Oh, the image of the Dark Lord does not work at mobile locations, folks. So instead we get a Lord Sidious. Not Lord Sidious, Darth Sidious. Lord Sidious no longer exists.
Sorry.
If you're up against a path of least resistance here, I'd probably consider spreading out, put Sidious in front of Lando, and try to get at least one of them knocked off.
Yeah, I think that's probably what would happen. Though I think the most likely thing that's going to happen here is a sense on the path of least resistance.
Yeah, that's true.
Swing.
Well, so the battle happened.
Yep.
Luke's hit now by Maul. He's going to try to pass Lando into the battle. And it looks like it's a good move.
Actually, hang on. Can I take that back? I'll swing.
Maybe it's not a good move.
No, he just took the move back because he wanted to swing him all first. I'm not sure about whether it's a good move to... Oh no, he's pulling the card off evac, so he's definitely not going to send...
So he's going to try to pass out of battle now, which is actually going to cost him 2 carries of firepower. And Luke's going to die anyway. I guess that's his form of the Hujix.
It's super sort of effective. It's a very direct way of telling your opponent, I don't have Hujix in hand. Now I've got to try to repeat what I did last turn and call the call light sides deploys before light side deploys them. Unfortunately, my best guess would be an EPP Luke.
Great, so we have an update. Tom Haight is playing the dark side deck, and Steve Salucci is playing light.
Interesting. Two players I have a ton of respect for. I think these are two of the most underrated players in Star Wars CCG.
Both underrated, yeah. Tom is always playing something tricky. You know, he sometimes he'll do a fake out and make you think it's something standard and then kind of go off the wall from there. And today he's playing the Coruscant CRV.
Absolutely. So, perhaps a silly question, but do you think that this Coruscant CRV has any more space left?
You know, at first I thought he was going to come down with a lot more, but he hasn't deployed any kits the last 2 turns. I wonder.
Yeah, I mean, I normally think of, with matching ships, about running 4 matching ships plus support cards. That puts you at about a 10-card space package. I mean,
He's only shown 3 ships so far, 2 ties and the Vader's personal shuttle, so he's got to have at least a couple more.
Yeah, my thought was the Baron and Saber 1 would be the most obvious way to round out that package. Of course, we can't see the cards that have been lost, so perhaps he lost part of that package early. Or perhaps he's trying to find the cannon.
Yeah, that's a good possibility, because he doesn't want to come down too soon without a cannon. It doesn't do any good. There's a barrier for the EPP Maul coming down, so Lando will probably survive another turn. And he'll grab the barrier. Tom will pass his turn now. So there's another path to get Chris out to a battleground, and you know, I'm a little bit wondering why he didn't just keep him there and put Lando out to the battleground.
I guess he wants to rumble with Lando.
And might be a sense for that path, and it is successful.
And we've heard that Steve is down to about 5 life force, so our light side player is on the road here.
So it looks like Tom has a pretty good advantage. Actually, it's a bigger advantage than I thought watching the game play out. I think Steve was just behind from the start by kind of waiting too long to flip, and he's taken a number of 4 drains the last couple turns.
Jedi Levitation lost.
At this point, I think he needs to get whatever characters he can.
I guess. So to anyone who's joined us late, and we have had quite a few people join us late in this game, Darkside is currently holding a non-unique docking bay with Emperor Palpatine, Janus Grievous, and Arica Virtual. Those 3 have been there almost the entire game. That is a drain of 3 courtesy of fighters coming in. Darkside is holding a Battleground Coruscant system. The effect on that system is the security precautions. Darkside also has Darth Sidious down at Leia's hut and an EPP Maul in front of Lando Scoundrel. Lightside has an EPP Han aboard R2 and Red 5, which also has an X-Wing laser cannon at Bespin system. This is backed up by Wedge in Red Squadron 1. Huckamer has just moved from the non-battleground site on Bespin to one of the battlegrounds, and yes, I am embarrassingly bad at picking these out. Lando Scoundrel has just moved from the incinerator to Leia's hut. Our dark side player does have a relatively decisive advantage in life force. Due mostly to a relatively brilliant first turn Vader and shuttle to the Bespin system. How'd I do on our recap, Matt?
That was pretty solid right there. This is a unique dark side deck. They don't have as many ships as we thought, but they're still managing to do 4 damage a turn. The drain on Cloud City is a 0 because it's at the incinerator, which is -1. And obviously still retrieving with Erica. And there's the Darth Vader Virtual, the second one to come down, this time up against Puck Thriss. So that's 3 Dark Jedi on Cloud City. Looks like he's probably going to battle him here. This is going to be it, pretty much. We had a rough count on Steve having 5 Life Force as QMC a couple minutes ago. Probably running out of his evasion at this point.
Absolutely. And it so often happens with QMC. You see how the QMC player could have won the game. Oh, and this is just gratuitous. There's either going to be a Hujix or a win. So, but as I was saying, you can see ways how the QMC player, if they could just get one other turn magically, they could do good things.
Yeah, it looks like Steve concedes.
Yes.
That's a very common play when you see Vader and Boba Fett Bounty Hunter come down.
Yep. It's a gentleman's play too. This is a strength of schedule tournament. It does both players good to concede as soon as the game is over.
Yeah, and this is actually the longest game we've seen, I think, so far. It was probably pretty close to time anyway. And I think going back to early on in the game, QMC just has to take their time to flip, and if they can't flip early, then they're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Mm-hmm. You're right, and I mean, I've spoken before. I was not a fan of the first turn Hark Seth to Coruscant. I didn't get the play. I think that was a mistake. Drawing into more ground to be ready to flip seems the better play for the QMC player. Because once the QMC player got flipped, if he'd been a little bit, taken a few more turns, gotten set up the way he wanted to in space, and flipped, an EPP Luke with a Hujix as backup can go wreck that party at the docking bay. Turn it from, get rid of Arca, get rid of Janus, probably both of them. Cut out that drain of 3 to a drain of 2, which is obviously a good thing, and get rid of that retrieval every turn. But when you get behind those extra turns, then you just got to do something, and you just get desperate basically.
Yeah, I think we've seen that in all 3 of the games. It's been a recurring theme today with one side kind of having to make desperation plays a little bit too early and it coming back to bite them.
Indeed. Though a significant part of that in our second game was due to first strike not being enforced.
Yeah. I wonder if someone made those players aware of that after that game. Well, hopefully we get some updates from the room pretty soon. I don't know how much time's left in the round.
Yeah, with the way that this streaming went, it was relatively hard to hear when the round started. However, I'm going to turn the sound in the room back on so that we can hear them a little bit better.
Yeah, like, you can't really miss just because the combat response is the only reason. Like, playing names and for combat response, we all force. Yeah, in addition to the fact that yeah. I used to rely on people being like someone I know this from the sense.
So first oh yeah. Here's weird.
Yeah, what's your thing? Yeah, every time. To get a shift to put it here, on.
5 minutes. Yeah. So I survived this too. Probably yeah. Gotta play. What's that? Is this organized at all?
It's organized.
I don't know. I guess this is
Yeah. It's actually like not that good.
Seems like light is more. I don't know. Dark seems to be winning more. Well, who's not undefeated now?
Salucci lost. We can cross him off the board.
Amboys won again?
Amboys won again.
Field won again?
I think they're playing.
Steve, who won? What? Where's your command card?
Jared. Okay, look at it.
Who won?
Jared. Good? Yes. I think it's all time.
Wait. Yeah. Maybe that's a mistake. I think give him a loss.
Steve lost.
He's got it. Actually, product if you bring it later.
They have oh, Shadow.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. What's the time left in the round?
Was there a tonight?
Guys, that is time in the round. You haven't finished.
I like maybe like 16 packs of beer for 6 people. You guys like Russell's here? Trying to take a peek. Actually, has a lot of time. I don't know how often to do it. I didn't really. And probably I think you're down to that. Thank you. There's just something. I could move it, but I have no chance of slowing it away because there's some tracks too. I had 6 tracks, but I need a second, so why is Max all up there? Let me down.
We get shovel anyway.
Fine. I just texted my son. I was gonna ask my phone. So now the 20th is now like Friday night. So it's hilarious. I should start watching it. I love how much he's cracked. It's the worst drawing I've ever seen. Oh.
Yes.
It's I think I should just like we're watching. Excuse some like anything he has in his head, like yeah, the forfeits are ridiculous.
Literally built this.
I don't know. It's all like it. Maybe we're stalling. And then I had to take strap, I can't take 11, and I needed to be 11. Yeah, I was through my head. So they would have fired me. I'm bowling. Nice. Yeah.
What do you think? You want a rematch? One of 4 people.
It's so good. I'm on.
Wait, did you just play better? I was really
When you guys want food, you want me to order something? Get a pizza or something?
I already with that. So, Scott, we sent somebody over to the running market, sandwiches or something. It's going to break down.
Not bad. I'm playing PPC. It's
So, I like the diversity.
What do you think the outcome of that game is if I properly I think it's very close either way.
We go to ties. We go to.
Yeah, I'm just
I'd like, let's be general. You're gonna have to keep. You're never gonna shoot small. You're gonna put a guy down, get the guy down the house. So you can only move in front of him and not just put him away. So I'm all sitting there draining for 2 for a while. You're draining around behind him, shifting around. Jared and Dan Blues, feature match? Yeah, I think so. All right, 2 of the 3 undefeated.
But I want to only game up with that. And that's why. Can we move this to that table at one of the games?
What, is it Susie?
No, we go to the bathroom in my room. Is our bathroom right outside?
Right outside the door. It was closed a few minutes ago. They're done.
Rush, how you going?
The red wasn't
Chris, did we figure out what happened to
I'm just down it.
just right across.
Boom.
You still play with that game? We need to find a way to dump this game and get me and Jan back on.
Yeah.
We need to find another laptop though.
Alright guys, let's get round 4 going. Our feature match for round 4 will be 2 of the 3 out of 2. That's where we get the Mike fanboys.
I was really hoping not to break my undefeated streak on camera.
We're getting pairs now to play Mike Tomaszewski.
Good idea.
Let's go.
Craig's in, you got the bye.
Yes.
Craig Shaw. Skylar Westergaard.
See that up there?
Guys, see what I have to deal with?
Howdy y'all, we are getting ready for this next game. Our feature match for this next game is Jared Conskerve versus Mike D'Amboise. As you can see from the cards on the table, we are going to be having we'll go with Funky, set your course for Alderaan start, versus Combat. The start is Funky because they are starting with EPP Forlom, Virtual, and the Security Tower, versus choosing to go with that instead of such, trivialities as starting effects. Jake Nelson is claiming that both of these decks are stolen. I don't buy that for 1 minute. Though both of these decks are mighty fantastic, so anything is possible. We see a very solid start to the pod race with Luke's Bionic Hand and Escape Pod. I also want to give a shout out to Jared Konsker for having typed up his deck list for this event. Once they are posted, everyone will no doubt be grateful. As it is right now, I'm the only one grateful. We have had it asked if this is a set your course Brangus deck. I will neither confirm nor deny that. However, I will say there are 3 Brangus Glees in this deck. So our light side combat player is going to take a turn. Starts with an unbelievable activation of 1, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Because that's just fun. While he's doing that, our dark side player does a search for Saber 1 with short range fighters. Then Qui-Gon comes out. You're going to go looking for a lightsaber because he started Cytor Kalfas. Does find Qui-Gon's good, well, good for lightsaber combat anyway, lightsaber. And he's going to draw a few before passing the turn. Our dark side player gets to activate 17 force, if my count was correctly. Just outrageous. We get pod racing. Another escape pod gets stacked. Oh no, he chooses not to stack that one. Just stacking the resilience, trying to slow the pod race down a little bit. Which I think is a smart move. We're starting to get a sense that this light side deck has just a silly destiny average. And we get a search for a Death Star docking bay. Everyone knows what that means. including Mr. Mike D'Ambois, who goes looking through his shields, seeing if he is running the Brangus shield. And unless I am mistaken, I didn't see it in there. Though I'm mistaken quite regularly. Brangus is coming out to the war room. And then we get lots of deployment to space. You'll have to forgive me because I don't know exactly what it is because of the glare off the cards. We can see there's a Zuckiston Mist Hunter. And then two other cards. That looks like it's a Saber 1. But I might be reading something into this that I shouldn't be. If it's Saber 1, then I would go ahead and assume it's Baron Fell. So our light side player activated and then paid to force drain. Did a verify, failed the verify, allowing our dark side player, Mr. Consker, to look through his reserve deck and see just the silly destinies that are in there. And then he's going to, he put down a Jedi Luke with a lightsaber, drew a few, and has passed the turn. And we get more race destinies. Both of them get sent used. Didn't see what one of them was. The other was an Alter V. And our dark side player continues by taking a Death Star docking bay into hand. He's then going to force push. Not sure what he's going to do here, though. have to admit, in a Brangus Dusk, force push is a much stronger play than normal because you could potentially put down Death Star docking bays, which you're then going to pull on your next turn. We get an Vader with a lightsaber who's going to come down in front of Luke to the 2/2. Then we have Boba Fett Bounty Hunter. That combination, of course, will draw 3 Destiny. And our light side player is going to dodge away. Our light side player activates and attempts to drain, is notified that he is not allowed to drain because his objective is flipped, and takes the force he was paying for that back. Combat card gets placed on Qui-Gon. And Forlom draws a card from reserve deck. Our dark side player pulls the Secret Plans Shield. R2 in red 5, and Wisagata Grand Army gives a combat total of 12 versus what looked like an 11. No, it might have been a 12. It was an unsalvageable. Yeah, it was an unsalvageable and a artillery. Jared has to be happy about that. Only has to lose 2. So Luke moves over to join Qui-Gon. And they're going to pass the turn. Normally, you would think that Darkseid's destinies there were random. However, Darkseid has been activating quite a bit, 17 a turn, if my count was correct. And with activation that high and a first turn Forlom, it's actually possible that that was not the case. Vader gets disarmed. Our Darkseid player did drain in space for 2 for free. Again, the Padres' destinies were not stacked on the racer. we get an EPP Mara who comes down to join Vader and Boba Fett. Oh, and we're getting an overload. An overload which will destroy Qui-Gon's lightsaber. The lightsaber being Destiny 5, it doesn't take much. Dr. Evazan is going to come down and join them. I'm not a fan of this move. And neither is Mr. D'Ambois, who will play Blast the Door Kid. Mr. D'Ambois takes a look at his own objective. Recirculates. Activates. I hadn't realized how big of a differential there was in activation between these two fellows. Luke gets operated on. Disarmed comes out during the control phase. Then Dr. Evazan allows an immediate operation to take place, sending Jedi Luke lost. Combat card's going to go down on Mace, or excuse me, not on Mace, on Qui-Gon. Leia, Rebel Princess, goes down to the 3-2. Fairly obviously telegraphs that then there's going to be a lightsaber combat followed by a move away. We have 5 and 5 versus. You'll have to forgive me, I couldn't see the light sides. It's going to be enough that Vader is going to go lost. As well as 4 other cards from reserve deck that are going to go lost before him. That will flip light side back. For flipping back, they get to retrieve Force, which, depending on how he lost it, would mean either retrieving Luke's lightsaber or Luke. Qui-Gon's going to move away. And our lightsaber player is going to draw a couple of Force. Oh, more than a couple. He's drawn 5 so far. And recirculates. So we see a loss of 2 to the drain in space. And then 2 Destiny sent used for the pod race. Really surprised that Darkseid hasn't started stacking Destinies to force this. Oh, he decides to end up stacking one of those Hear Me Baby Hold Together virtual. And we get the Padre Shield pulled. Our Darkseid player has pulled Battle Plan, Grabber, Padre Shield, and pay 1 to retrieve for Darkseid his secret plans. EPP Vader is going to come down in front of Mr. Qui-Gon Jedi Master and in front of Leia. Put all sections alert comes out to retrieve 2 docking bays. It immediately gets grabbed. But of course those 2 docking bays are going to provide a lot more juice for Brangus. Perhaps an interesting call. There's only 1 copy of Put All Sections on Alert in this deck. And rather than trying to fight a fight he most certainly wouldn't have won, Vader gets reinforced by a couple of friends to hope to survive the lightsaber combat that's coming. And they're going to move to move phase, at which point the pod race resolves victoriously. The light side player does have the distinction of having been able to retrieve all of those force. Darkseid did not have to lose due to the pod racer shield. In case anyone's wondering what is this, oh, and there we go. Another disarmed comes out, and Brangus is going to move that disarmed right back into hand. So in case anyone is wondering what is going on at that site, there is a Darth Vader with lightsaber. There is a Mara Jade with lightsaber. There is a Dr. Evazan, and there's a Boba Fett bounty hunter. For the light side, there is Qui-Gon Jinn Jedi Master with his lightsaber, as well as a Leia Rebel Princess. Anyone who's missed the early part of this game, the light side player has won 2 lightsaber combats. He's now placed a combat card for a 3rd. One of them was enough to send Vader Descent Vader lost. Dark side is playing Brangus, and the light side player does not have the Brangus shield. I Did It is going to come out. No surprise there. It is currently suspended, I believe. We're going to see a cold feet for Come Here, You Big Coward. Also not that big of a surprise. Also probably won't matter. We see a short-range fighters combo be used. And then we're going to get a combat with a total of 11 to 4 plus 1 destiny. I didn't see what it was. It's easily going to be enough so that light side loses. And indeed, Vader will go lost. And dark side will run away. Oh, he thinks better of it. Oh, yes. He's going to move 1 away. I place Bounty Ponderace out of play. Well, he has it satisfied. And then move Leia away as well. So our Brangus player has at most 3 Brangus moves left. He did use one of them this last turn for a disarmed. I do have to apologize. I can only barely see the dark side player's lost pile, so it's very difficult to see when Brangus is doing his docking bay exchange. And we get a force drain. Then Leia chose to drain and try to burn through Leia's twice per game. We have seen verified destiny for the dark side player, which includes the Admiral's Order Fighter cover and the character Darth Maul with lightsaber. That's a 6 and a 1. And I do believe we just saw a Vader come down. I thought I saw 5 force get spent, regardless of which the dark side player just flipped. Actually, now I'm starting to think it wasn't a Vader at all, but was rather a Count Dooku. Maybe an Emperor. I really have no idea what the top card of that pile is. But our dark side player seems content with his turn, pays his upkeep, recirculates, and lets our light side combat player get some fun in. It'll be interesting to see what happens here, because assuming that was an Emperor, which I'm starting to think it was, since I thought it paid 5 force. The Dr. Evazan disarm combo is there, is available. So you can't move Qui-Gon over, I mean, which is what you would like to do. So they have to battle with some other character, or attempt to lightsaber combat with another character. In this case, apparently, Obi-Wan EPP. He's a very good character. And we see a combat card get placed on Qui-Gon. I'm guessing this Obi-Wan, we're going to see a battle, maybe a Hujix after the battle. Seems as though we have some thinking going on. I think we just had a Wisa get used. Oh, interesting. I'm clearly wrong on that, but now we see a combat card going down on Obi-Wan. And we get 11 total. And Lightside, which was enough to make Lightside lose some force. Obi-Wan's then going to join the other two. Well, the lady and the gentleman at the 2-2. And our Lightside player is going to draw some cards. So we get Drain in space. Drain for 3 on the ground. That gets an ouch. It included a drain that got Lando Scoundrel and a Han Chewie and the Falcon. And 7 force is going to be for EPP Maul to the 3-2, who joins the party with Boba Fett Bounty Hunter, Dr. Evazan, EPP Mara, and some Jedi of indeterminate name, but clearly a deploy cost of 5. So our light side player put a combat card down. We got a 6 and 4 versus 7 and 6. That is going to be enough to send, I believe he was combating Maul. And that should be enough to send Maul lost plus 4 cards. And the other folks are going to join him. I must have been incorrect on the total because no light side character left table. And of course we see Qui-Gon get disarmed. Oh! And goes lost. Then it looks like Mara's getting disarmed. Disarmed is going to come back into hand for another Death Star docking bay. And then Obi-Wan's going to get disarmed. We have a battle. Which I do believe was canceled. So our dark side player, Mr. Konsker, has now operated with Dr. Evazan on 4 Jedi, I think, that have been disarmed. 2 this last term, and then Qui-Gon on 2 separate turns previous to this. I think it's fair to say that Mr. D'Amboise would like to get rid of that Dr. E. Yoda is coming out to the 2-2. And another Qui-Gon Jinn, Master of the Order. Tries to get a lightsaber for him. There is none. Get to see lots of pink, well, red for destinies. He's then going to lose 2 force from used to go get a lightsaber for him. Jared is going to use his Naboo docking, well, is to use a docking bay to get a disarmed from Lost Pile. This would put him close to the end of his Brangus ability. And the combat card goes down. Then we get 6 and 7, 6 and 4. It's just unfortunate, because 14 is only 4 greater than 10. This is the second time in a row that our light side player has won by just too little. Yo's going to move over to join the potty. And our Mr. Konsker gets his turn. I have to say I'm very impressed with this dark side deck. It's, in many ways, it harkens back to the dark side deck that was ran by Brian Harold at the 2010 MPC. That one was ran off of Hunt Down V, and it was a little, I mean, it had Sabak in it, which this doesn't, so some of the elements are different, but there was the fundamental, the solid activation platform, just good cards with a little trick. And obviously, Harold went on to get 4th place at that MPC. So I think the situation here is looking grim for the light side player. What he really needs to do is get something going. Okay, that sounds really trivial. The biggest thing he needs to do is be able to get something going in space. He's lost a few R2 and he's been playing with a few R2 and Red 5s. We've seen Houndtree and the Falcon come off the top. That combination would actually be pretty good for going down at cash. Very expensive though. I mean, multiple turns worth. But having allowed Jared to lock down space with 1 turn's deployment and then drain for free there every turn for the rest of the game has just been really problematic, especially because Jared has ended up having other tricks. Here we see Obi-Wan going to the other site, combat card going down on Yoda. You got 6 and a 5, 6 and a... Is that a 2? I couldn't see it. It looked like a lightsaber. It can't have been that much because Yoda would have gone lost if it was that big of a difference. We have an on the edge that failed, killing Leia. I can't tell if Mr. D'Amboise mistracked or if he was trying to kill that Leia. Regardless of which, I mean, this game is just not going well for him, and he's about to get drained for 5, which is the type of move that tends to end games, especially since this is the 3rd time he has had to do so. 3, 4, 5. And we now see that that was a lightsaber, but it was a Qui-Gon's lightsaber. So he lost the combat only by 1. At this point, it looks like our light side combat player is not going to be able to do, well, basically anything. It looks like he's putting a combat card on Obi-Wan, moving Obi-Wan over. We have 6-5 versus 6. I couldn't see what it was. It looked like a Hujix, to be honest. I also have to say, I think that it's a mistake to have been so aggressive with 1 combat card. I think he could have done a better job keeping the Obi-Wan over there and laying 2 combat cards to actually guarantee the combat. Well, at least guarantee his destiny. He's clearly been having some trouble because Mr. Konsker is just tracking 6 and 5 around and just these high destiny, and it makes me wonder if the light side player is running Bith Shuffle so that he can mess with the dark side's tracking him. Imagine he just hasn't been able to find it, especially in the late game. So on our dark side player's turn, we did see Drain. We then saw a battle, which was dodged. Now we get a total of 13 for combat versus the dark side's tracked 11, which I have a feeling we'll see for the rest of the game. Which will mean that dark side loses 2 force, which he's perfectly happy to do. We then have Yoda and Lando move over to join the party. Our dark side, yes, remember to pay that upkeep for Lando, folks. Our dark side player does still have Dr. Evazan at the site. Which will mean bad things for our light side player. There's no ifs, ands, or buts around it. Or excuse me, for our darks. Yeah, no, I said that right. For our light side player, it's just unpleasant for him. He's operated 4 or 5 Jedi away this game already. And he is, and what looks like hit and sent used, Dr. E that is. Lando was also hit and sent used. Blaster deflection goes on the second lightsaber swing. Then we get 6-5 for Destiny. Or no. Or we get 6-5 hitting Yoda. And then a 4 for Destiny. We draw, light side draws R2 and red 5, which is a very nice 7. The only question here, of course, is overflow. It appears that there was enough overflow for the game. Our light side player has conceded. Mr. Jared Konsker has advanced with the win. Mr. Mike Diambois has taken the loss. I'm going to now stop commenting and allow you guys to hear the sounds from the room.
Yeah, no, I figured you had it. I wasn't too worried about that. Just retrieving was a bonus. They have made the pod racing completely in favor of dark side. What's that?
I said, you're well. It was my suggestion. I didn't think they would do it to make that change. I didn't really think even the dark side would ever pod race anymore. But it doesn't have I did it. You're right. It's better.
Completely in favor of the dark side.
The goal is to make it not favor any side, not great.
Why can't we before? I mean, it's you use 6 cards to retreat. You use 5 cards to retrieve 6. I don't know why that's bad.
It's not really that. You treat 4 more for I did it.
Which can be canceled.
You have the other. It's hard to. I mean, light side can kind of work around and get it spread. Do it.
But that's fine.
You know, we were just talking about pod racing. He's a big pod racing fan too.
I'm a big pod racing fan. I think it's shit. The shield does what it should do. The shield is how pod racing
He's on twice too. We had like 7 disarms throughout the game.
So it was like no Star Wars.
I really like it.
What about one? Like converted beta.
I can really get it anyway.
You wrote that?
So I need to go to the next.
Right. Was there any quick question? No, this is your question. Yeah. So if I shoot
I think it was 5 companies, 7 disarms in one game. Huh? But it was good. I had a sheet of space. Like it's all for just place office. And so it's like yeah. And then just do what I could do and read on. I 12 on the top. So you took 12 on the loose. Yeah, I'd say he's right. Plus, I don't see why you argue against yourself. Yeah. By the way, guys, that's time.
I'm gonna try and capture flag.
Whenever you lose by one force, you know there's something. There's no, you know there's something you could have did. Yeah. What? They should give you 2 extra. No, they should just give you 1 full turn and 1 extra turn. They did this when you.
Yeah, I have a turn.
Just go take a look at some water.
Yeah, they have that is time. I would have to see your list. There you go.
We get extra time because they call it and now all of a sudden I see the card in the hand. Basically, they were complaining about posting people's process, and then I called Greg to look it up, and now, right before you say time, I took the card in the hand from Richard.
You guys would have extra 5 minutes.
I mean, is that fair, or am I being an ass? I mean, they are.
You know,
they're the ones that interrupted our game.
how much time did you interrupt? Yeah,
30 seconds.
No, it was probably like 2 or 3 minutes. Yeah, look, something.
Yeah. No, I mean, I just.
I was having to do down there.
Because we were
Dash on. I was like,
literally, we didn't dash out. What's the right thing to do?
yeah,
It's very shame because I didn't realize it got to be time because right now, I'm up by 1. And he literally was like, I'm just going to scoot. And I said, let's just play it out. And then I said,
he was
that's we need to make a decision on something. So we're playing a game, and somebody interrupted our game and asked a rolling question. It's caused about a minute worth of delay. So 2 seconds before the game ended, you pulled the card out of my hand. Oh! No, and a time was called. Now I lose.
If you're saying you asked
I didn't realize no, it's your turn. You just combat.
You combated it, and then you rolled the force landing at an angle.
At the end of my turn,
That was when time was called.
like literally, I pulled the card and
you don't pull it.
and it recorded time. No, it's still over time. I mean, like Greg came over and said, "Oh no, you're playing well." That's not how it should work.
That's not exactly how it does. But there was a couple minutes used up for.
Tell me this. You just call that.
I pulled a card right before time was called at the end of this turn. Because I thought I was going to have a turn soon. Before I pulled the card. That's why I'll
I'm gonna lean towards that because you have a timer staring at you right there. Right there.
It's fine. It's not that. It's a couple things. It's fine. And it just, I guess what threw me off is that you were going to concede, and then they interrupted that. And then it's just, it's fine. I'll concede.
Oh.
It annoyed me that people interrupted us, and then it took 2 minutes for you to get the right ruling. When they were saying, no, you're wrong, and you were saying I'm right, and then we brought somebody over, and then, and now this turn, I'm going to drain you for a lot more.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You got to keep track of the time no matter what.
I know.
And even if it's like a day or time.
It's fine. It's fine. I should have just let you concede when you said I concede.
You said yes.
I want to be an asshole.
Leave me in the
Wait, what's going on with this hang? Who won the feature match here?
I have two items on the board. I have 2 items on the board here.
Do you think
That's pretty standard.
Right, dude.
That's what I do. We had 7 disarmed.
7 disarmed? I love that word. Really good. 7?
5 for me.
I don't think you had the lead.
Yeah, I'm trying. It might be 6. We'll find out when we watch the video.
7. 2. I had 8 defensive shields in play.
I'll cool that.
How are you going to do it?
I got it. Tim on the top.
Your figure?
Oh, 8 actually.
8 shields in place. Disarmed in 1 game.
I just like
Like that, but
we'll watch the video tape. I did 6 or 7.
I like how there's a count next to that part too.
well, he did, 'cause I used it, so
Every single.
I guess I should just
There's been
I feel like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13.
He had except for I was expecting you to. I was expecting you to see it when you did. I was trying to hit you. I wrote the 6. I was like,
I can't play zombie now. So you were leaving not play this next game? Oh no, it's fine.
Yeah, you and Tom are playing.
So I'm in this one.
I put them in the wrong pile.
And he won his game too?
Yes.
So we're guaranteed.
Yep. I'm missing a set of command cards. Yes.
Oh wow. We get paired up. Just not play.
And 0-0.
what's tiebreaker?
Thank you. What's tiebreaker, Chris? Was it boss pile?
First tiebreaker is lost file.
Wait, I'm just going to that side of 86.
Very helpful, especially Johnson.
Nope.
Feature match?
Yeah. Feature match?
Maybe. We want to. I was gonna say they were just feature match. Do we want to have the two undefeated as the feature match? Or do we want to mix it up?
Wait, are those the 2 undefeated?
Yeah.
Nobody wants to see my.
Oh, maybe we'll see if it flip for us. We'll see who is what. If it's your dark, get
Yeah.
This card is left hand, right hand.
Jared is dark side.
All right. Find somebody else.
Someone else feature match. Go get him, Tom. Do my strength schedule. Alright. You need to move to. Yeah. So I can. No, not so direct strength schedule.
Now that there's 6.
Wait, what are you putting down? 6? 4? 6 rounds.
6 rounds, top 4.
Okay.
So,
it might work the 4, yeah. There'll be one in the loss now.
Or if you just want to like mess around and go back for it.
you might not play again, depending on. You might.
I get my list. My list, yeah.
You go down to like
Light side. Dark side.
Where's Tom?
That's not feature worthy.
No, it's not. Light side. Chris Kelly. Dark side.
Somebody played Frankus.
It's a match.
Two boys and Chris Kelly.
That's potential.
But they boys were just on, wasn't it?
There's 2 undefeated left.
Yes.
They can soak. Well, that's good. That's good. Get those guys up here.
Yeah, so what was that? PPC, I'm going to get the screen. I know. What the hell was that? Not fancy.
Wait, do you guys like practice every day to go?
Well, I tracked.
Scott tracking.
Well, no, it was like it was at the end of the term.
So first action next turn, you were like, right.
That should be an interesting game. They're playing Ross. Yes.
What, 6?
6.
6 at 6 and higher?
6 at 6, and 2 undefeated. So there's 8 people who are 6 or higher, and they're all playing each other. So
That's good. That's what strength of schedule does. Hey, Greg.
Yeah, it's still high.
Almost got that one.
And on top of that, and the way he was Vader was missing out of play and in the top part of the wall pile.
They don't want
That's awesome.
Do you top? I mean, we could body for it. And
and he's going to get pared down
Oh,
against the Advocate.
That'd be tremendous.
He's in the pile. It could happen. Pick a number from 1 to 4.
4.
Not the Advocate.
Not the average.
I am very yeah.
What am I playing?
I don't know. On my light.
Two and two.
You didn't buy last time? We played TC while I was there.
I did. And I almost just did it again. You do not. You avoided the
Alright, Star Wars player. This is like game 5. Our feature matchup will not feature our 2 undefeated. Jared and Tom are going to let me play over here. So our feature match will be Picker and Molly against Max Stokel. Deck listing.
What do you guys do? Oh, shit, dude, you got something you to do?
That entry?
He said basically he has something that's auto suggests.
well, like, I mean,
John Westergaard.
It's like a really good
Yeah. You're what? I mean, you can do a lot better.
Well, that doesn't take that long. I'd say like putting in.
You are dark side.
You play choose fees. You are light side playing the edge.
Where you want to sit? Right here?
Where?
That's good.
We're at higher side. Josh.
Vader is missing it. So he was out. Okay, so he was on table. Then he went out and played. You were missing. Okay. Once I'm missing, I'm going away. Oh, wow.
And Miss Kelly.
Howdy, y'all. We are getting ready for Game 5. There are 2 undefeateds left in this tournament, but neither of them is going to be featured in this game because we've already seen both of them play in Tom Hade and Jared Hunter. Even though we aren't seeing them, they are playing each other. We are going to play a little further game, where we get to see Matt Sokol playing Dark Side, playing against Vikram Bali playing Light Side.
There's one of them. Oh, actually, okay. Right.
Alright guys, you have an hour. Good luck. I built my
Okay, we're going to cut out their audio. It's just a little too loud, too many sources to make good sense of. So on the bottom of our screen is going to be Vikram Bali. He is playing hidden base mains, as you will see. This is a hidden base deck that does not and cannot flip. It does not run sufficient systems. Our dark side deck is going to be a classic Watto, piloted by Matt Sokol. As they are about to show, he's going to be starting Endor Shield, Quad Drive Yards, and Combat Responses. I must confess, now that I look down his list, I would say this is not much of a classic Watto. This is a very funky Watto build. And you'll get to see why coming up here in just a minute. You get to see several aggressive elements are present in this Watto, including the Emperor start. Starting that, and I'd said that he was going to be starting Quat Drive Yards. It appears that that is incorrect, that he is instead opting to start You Cannot Hide Forever. The obvious reason for starting You Cannot Hide Forever is to get out an early search and destroy for even more aggressive pressure. Against many hidden base decks, that's a very good idea. Against a hidden mains deck, it's a much worse idea. So our light side player starts Draw Their Fire, Strike Planning, and Walkling. Our light side player is going to go searching for 3PO, which he will undoubtedly find. Meanwhile, our dark side player goes searching with Endor Shield and grabs Admiral Ozzel. So our light side player is going to activate 6. May have also taken a general from his reserve deck. I couldn't see. He's now searching his reserve deck for a system. Looks like he's going to take Endor system, the 0/0. Not sure he realizes yet that it's a 0/0. I lied. The new Endor Shield does not work in this situation because they made the Maven change, so it'll be a 2/0. That's a much stronger play. Then we see EPP Obi come down. And a couple of shields are going to come down for our dark side player. Since First Strike is out, it's inevitable that the Secret Plane shield is going to come out. Going to lose off the top and what looks like a Mara Jade. Swung at and missed the Emperor. Then we had a tank commander for Battle Destiny against something else. This is indeed a tanks build of Watto. Our dark side player in this matchup is Matt Sokol. Our light side player is Vikram Bali. So after that battle did not work out for the light side player, the very aggressive move that could have turned out well didn't turn out at all. Dark side activates, throws down a Watto, forces light side to peel 2, moves the Emperor over, thinks better about it. Starts counting force, decides to move the Emperor over. And is going to go searching for a ship. Pulls black 2. That wouldn't have been my first choice, but my first inclination would have been to pull probably the Baron. So Saber 1. And now we're escape potting, which I assume is going to be for a Hujix. Quick look at the deck list, does not show any Grimtash to pull. And it is indeed a Hujix. So our light side player pulls out Dagobah and then pulls out Yoda's Hut. Not 100% sure that's a wise choice for our light side player, because as has been mentioned by Joe Pinto in our chat here, the dark side deck doesn't have that strong of an activation base. He did get out the bridge, but giving 2 icons to dark side might not be worth it to gain 4 for the light side. EPP Luke is going to come down in front of Watto and the Emperor. We're going to see a battle. Ooh, a 1 and a 2 just barely nicks the Watto. Then we get a 4 for Destiny. And, of course, light side doesn't get to draw. So Luke is going to go lost for 7. It's 11 to 5. And light side goes for the blowout out of commission, and it is the AAT leader. Had a 1 in 4 chance of virtually ending the game with the Watto beatdown. And we're going to see battle order or battle plan come out. The Professor Shield. And another shield which will pretend is the Grabber Shield. So after activating, our dark side player goes straight to deploy, doesn't bother trying to pay to drain, pulls out black or DS612 with black 2 virtual. These are most assuredly going to Endor, since that's within the rules. Then we see Saber 1, Baron Sunter fell, and a SFS cannon, all going down to Endor, trying to lock it down. Admiral Ozzel comes down to the junkyard, providing a little more safety for the Emperor. I will tell you, we had a question in chat over how many systems the dark side is playing, or how many locations. They are playing Tatooine, Kashyyyk, and that is it. Just those two. Normally this deck seems to start at quad drive yards, but they chose not to do it in this matchup. So we see "Come here, you big coward" come out after another EPP loot came down. Just to keep folks up to date, we did see Tantive 4 come down with with 3PO on board. Luke swung very high, managed to hit the Emperor. I was gonna guess that Destiny was either tracked or semi-tracked, and the entire site will clear after the battle. And our dark side player is going to draw quite a few. Don't believe he did anything else on his turn. Except, no, he clearly didn't pay to force drain. I assume he's looking for Watto and some other folks for the ground. Kind of resetting the game at this point. We can see that he has a Blizzard 4 in hand. Drew into his Tatooine system. Several droids for tanks. Some EPPs, looks like some tanks. I haven't seen a Watto in his hand. Doesn't necessarily mean anything. So as our light side player activates, he then threw down the Jedi Council chamber. And I do believe Mr. Curley is back with us.
Hello.
It's a pleasure to have you back on the air, sir.
Nice to be back. I guess I have some catching up to do.
Indeed. So we see a Grimtash come out. A card which, quite frankly, it's uncivilized to play. And he does use that Grimtash used and got 7 cards with it, which is quite an impressive amount of value. And Watto has just gone out of play to another out of commission. Which means things are going to go bad for the Watto player. Having Watto go out of play is not within the realm of what you want. But he's gonna gamely stick with this game. Puts out his Tatooine system, and then he's gonna draw quite a few. Don't really know what he's looking for here. Perhaps occupation. Some tanks, perhaps. Pilot for the tanks.
Who do we have for light side here?
Our light side player is Mr. Vikram Bali. Our dark side player is Mr. Matt Sokol. We did see a turn 1 attempted blowout of Watto, of the Emperor, turn 0, if you will, blowout of the Emperor, which failed. We then saw a successful turn 1 Luke killing Watto with an attempted follow-up of an out of commission on him, which missed him. However, the second out of commission played this game was successful in grabbing Watto. We are only at about turn 5 now, I believe, maybe turn 6. So it's not been that far into the game. Our light side player is going to deploy the Tatooine system to try to prevent the occupation potential. Lando, scoundrel, goes down onto the Tantive, who was already at the rendezvous point. It's clear to see that one of the ships that went to Tatooine was Bravo Fighter. It's still unclear what the other ship is. You have to apologize for that, since there's a non-cutout virtual slip. I believe it's a Wedge in Red Squadron 1.
So it looks like you said that was the Tantive at
Yes.
rendezvous point?
Yes.
Does the Tantive have a 4 hyperspeed printed?
It has hyperspeed of 3.
So it doesn't look like it could have made it.
Cheetors!
I think, unless I'm missing something, the only option for Tantive would have been to go to Dagobah or Endor. Endor would not have been a good idea. And Joe Pinto backing up our math.
Dirty, dirty Cheetors. So our dark side player gets out Kashk and then moves his fleet over there for a stronger drain. Interesting to see what would have happened if not for the if the Tantive had moved within his movement range.
I think he probably still would have chosen to go to Dagobah. It may not have made a difference. It looks like Matt didn't have any other starships in hand to battle the Bravo Fighter and the mystery ship anyway.
Yes, you are correct. And looking at these deck lists, there was nothing that could plausibly have gone down to fight them. All of his space is either on the board already or is capital ships. He has Conquest, Executor, or Executor, if you want to say it incorrectly. And that's actually it. So the spaces, I guess there's a Maul Sith infiltrator, but not a space Maul. Instead, it's a Maul with lightsaber. So the dark side is relatively capped out in space right now.
Who do they have there with Baron Fell?
Baron Fell is there with his gun. He's backed up by DS612 piloting Black 2 Virtual.
Okay, so there's a Houndstooth in there as well.
You are clearly correct, though. Oh yes, there's a Houndstooth and a Bosk. So we did have one other ship available. Hypothetically. And after having deployed to the a tank, a gunner, or a tank, a commander, and what looks like another commander as forfeit fodder, basically, he's in a better position. He can do some damage. Cornhorn's going to come down in front of that, which is not a move that I approve of, but Mystery Card X is going to come down next to Cornhorn. I'm assuming that's an Anakin.
Yeah, and I think the other ship in space is a Wedge in Red Squadron 1.
Yes. Actually, I'm going to change my mind. I don't think it's an Anakin, because that's kind of a silly play. I think that's going to be General Aaron Kraken, who does get 2 Destiny with Cornhorn. And that move makes a little bit more sense. Since obviously, if not for drawing 2 Destiny, the Cornhorn to the Blockade flagship would be a very strong play. And we get 2 Destiny, which looked like Escape Pod Lando, followed by, ouch, Bosk and Conquest for Darkseid. And Darkseid's going to peel it all. Lightside looks like he's going to lose probably Kraken. Yes.
That's too bad, too, because actually Corrin's immune less than 3.
Yes, indeed. Well, I mean, it wouldn't have mattered because Kraken is not, right?
No, that's what I mean. You know, had Kraken had any kind of immunity at all, that would have been a big difference. But
oh, yes.
Lando's going to go down to the site, too, to back up Corrin, so he'll still get 2 Destinies. Still get a retrieval for Lando if they initiate against him.
Lightside drew Lando Calrissian Scandal plus Escape Pod for a total of 11 for Destiny. Lightside also hit Emperor very early in the game, targeting the Emperor instead of the... there was another character at the site. You'll have to forgive me. I can't remember who else was there. Oh, Ozzel was there, which made me think that the Destiny was tracked. Though that early in the game, I wasn't sure how they had tracked an R2 and Red 5 around.
Maeve, I'm not sure if you mentioned this, but this hidden base build is not a flip version. There's not enough systems in it to flip.
Yes, I did mention that. So it is just using hidden base for the generating potential.
And not only that, the Force Train at Tatooine, even though there's 2 icons, is still going to be capped at 1.
There is not our most desperate hour played in this hidden base. There's also not an Alderaan system, so or a Tatooine system for that matter. 3 things that kind of work together. I expect that our most desperate hour is going to be something that doesn't see much play in hidden base, even as hidden base probably sees more play, just because of the lack of the Alderaan blown away, which was so strong. Anyways, we now had Vader come down with Dr. Evazan. I do believe they're backed up by, well, what would you like to call that? They initiated a battle. Vader swung and operated Lando, then drew a 6. It clearly had to have been a Dengar.
Who's Dengar who shot twice?
Yes.
Second time hit.
Clearing the site.
That's interesting why he chose to clear. You know, he had Corrin would have been a 5 power, forfeit 0. Darkseid would have a 10 power and a Destiny.
I mean, I sort of get it. I would rather keep Dengar and Vader and someone forfeit to keep those two around. And indeed, I mean, the light side player has searched with escape pod twice at this point. Neither time could we tell for sure what he pulled, but I'm fairly certain one of them had to have been a Hujix, since Hujix and Grimtash are the only two options. There's only one Grimtash, and we already did see it, so I guess it makes somewhat sense. Which would be a very, very smart play from Mr. Sokol. A heady move. So our light side player just failed a search. Nothing particularly exciting there. All of the blowout cards that are in this light side deck have already been seen, except for pretty much the Force is strong with this one. And EPP Luke comes down to the junkyard. We see a battle with retrieval for initiating. That's always fun.
Who does he target here with Luke? He's going to...
It has to be Dr. E. Unless it's tracked, it has to be Dr. E.
No, he hit Vader.
Wow.
And Dengar's going to miss the first shot. Dengar's going to miss the second shot. And Vader will hit him. And, yep, he is going to operate in the battle.
Mm-hmm. Luke is going to resilience. EPPs and resiliences are very strong right now, annoyingly so.
Yeah, that's been a recurring theme of the day. We always see resilience in these decks, but I'm looking again, and there's no cold feet in Sokol's Darkseid deck.
Which, quite frankly, I think is a deck building error.
Maven, do you know the record of each of these players today?
Neither of them are undefeated, but that's all we know. There are 2 undefeateds left right now. Tom Haig and Jared Konsker. They are playing each other, but since we'd already seen each of them, we're not seeing them. Apparently, Mr. Sokol is 3-1. It wouldn't surprise me if both are 3-1. This is game 5.
They took a vote on earlier on to play 6 or 8, and I don't recall what the result was.
It is. They are playing 6 games.
Okay.
So we are getting set up for a brouhaha in space.
And you could see Sokol's hand earlier. He does have the occupation in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Waiting to get a second sight and occupying the system before playing it. So we should see it come down next turn.
Perhaps, although I'm not sure that he necessarily has the goods to win the battle in space, or win the war in space at least. There are not all power to weapons in this deck list.
No, I was just checking too. There's no Pride of the Empire either.
The space tricks pretty much consist of short-range fighters and watch your back. And yes, indeed, there is an not executor, that's the wrong way to say it, an executor in this deck. It is in his hand, the last we saw. One thing that's kind of surprising to me is I don't see a second Admiral in this deck list. All I see is the Ozzel.
Surprising to not have Thrawn, considering he does have the Executor and Conquest in there.
Indeed.
No to 2 Ozzles as well.
Have to say, I'm not sure he's getting value with that. I'm also a little surprised with the lack of Blizzard 4s. I mean, he's running 1, but I just keep finding Blizzard 4 to be so good in this matchup. I mean, in this deck, in Watto. And yes, indeed, a Piet would have been a good card to put in this deck, but also a card that isn't in here. Because Piet would pull Tank Commander, it also would pull Admiral's Orders, which is fantastic. Anyways, our light side player has just deployed Obi-Wan to the battle planes, which is a strange move.
Well, I mean, you can see that Matt's pretty invested on the ground already. He's got his Dr. E, his Dengar, and his Maul over on Tatooine. One of the Vaders is in the lost pile. We know Watto's out of the game. I think it's a fairly safe play to put Obi-Wan at the battle planes, and it's going to put him ahead in the drain race if he can hang on to it.
And if he can hang on in space, I think that the battle for the Tatooine system is the battle for the game, which was why I would think that, you know, putting someone who's useful in space would have been the best call.
Well, there we see Anakin piloting another ship at Rendezvous Point.
Indeed.
I wonder if that might be R2 in Red 5. I'm not sure. I think it is.
My gut says you are correct.
In any case, he's going to retreat. He's going to Kashyyyk and Endor. At 2 different systems, you know, better than consolidating at 1. He can drain for 1 at each. Whereas even though Kashyyyk is 2 icons, he's on the front side of Hidden Base, could only drain for 1. So I like the move to spread out a little bit, get a little bit extra in the drain, in the damage, but he's going to be facing an occupation coming up here this turn.
Yeah. Everything you said is solid money. There's, I mean, I assume this next turn we're going to see a tank commander come down to Mos Espa. Then we're going to see the occupation come out. The alternative is he could just move from the junkyard over to Mos Espa with his ships. That would work, or with his fellows, that would work just as well.
We'll have to get the site during the deploy phase, though.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You are correct. Oh, wow. Doesn't even try to, just attempts to pursue in space.
I don't know if I like that. I mean, he will drain for 2 at Kashyyyk if light side moves away. So it's going to come down, you know, to an even drain race if they keep chasing and running. I probably would have gone with an occupation unless he didn't have another character to play down there. And you can see his hand now. There was one other character that looked like it might have been a droid.
There's definitely Tank Commander in his hand. I'm fairly certain I saw a Darth Vader in hand. Yes.
He just drew one though. I think he just drew the Vader.
The hand is awfully big, waiting for another Grimtash used.
Has Matt used his grabber yet?
I won't swear one way or the other.
You know,
I don't believe so. It looks pretty clean over there.
I've seen a few out of commissions and a Grimtash. It's surprising that he wouldn't have grabbed one of those yet. And just to confirm, there's no always thinking with your stomach in.
And we get the split in space, moving Bravo Fighter away from the weaker of the two. And we get our third out of commission of the game. This inconsequential. So with the state of the game right now, I assume that Mr. Sokol's objective is going to be to put a tank and a gunner down and fight Obi-Wan instead of go for the double control at Tatooine.
Yeah, I wonder if they realize that out of commission's still sitting there. Okay, Aaron says he grabbed it. I don't know if I mean I feel like it's a little too late to grab it now. So there's the tank, like you said, Maven. And
another tank. He's not messing around. He wants to hold this site. I mean, which is the smart play, because he forfeits, if the battle goes well, he forfeits one tank, controls the site. Now Lightside has to dislodge him while eating big drains and paying to drain. That's the way you win a game. I do believe the +1 deployed to the tanks is why that second tank was taken back into hand. Relatively low destiny of 3. Easily enough to clear the Obi-Wan, though that's not saying much.
Yeah, it looks like Vic must have drawn high enough to clear the tank as well, so I think it's still a positive for Sokol there. You want to clear them off a Battleground slate, they'll have to pay to drain.
Yeah, I mean, you lose, you spend a lot of force, and you lose 2 cards. You cause the opponent to lose 1 card, so that's bad. But you also save 2 force loss, and you make them pay 6 if they want to cause another 2 force loss. And first strike, that is correct. Okay, so that's even better. Kind of what my testing has shown in this format is kind of a dynamic that we're seeing play out in this game, which is that Lightside has this incredible advantage in efficiency among mains because EPPs are just so strong for Lightside, EPPs and resiliences. But Darkside has just incredible resilience with their vehicles, and so many options when it comes to those that it puts Lightside in a hard position. And Lightside's only really good counter to vehicles is Lando Scoundrel.
Obi comes back down.
Indeed.
Resilience in last turn?
Did Lightside pay to drain?
No, I mean, he got Obi-Wan back down, so did he use Resilience last turn, or did he just
Yes, he did.
Okay. Looks like we did have a battle with the system. If I'm not mistaken, I think the Wisa might have saved his Starfighter up there.
Whew. Destiny is 6 versus whatever Lightside drew.
It's drew at least a Resilience in there, I think. So it's going to cause some damage on both sides. Darkside's total is +1 with Baron. That appeared to be an 11 total battle destiny for Lightside.
11 is an unfortunate total.
Yeah, considering
Yep.
Phil is a 10 himself. That's everyone except for Saber 1.
Yeesh. And Lightside still occupies that system. I think at this point, it's. I mean, there's no pleasant way of saying this. Even that weapon destiny missing didn't end up mattering nearly as much as you might have thought.
Well, he. What are the two ships there? We have a Wedge and we have Thanos.
So he was targeting the Wedge, who didn't impact the ability to draw 2 Destiny. Didn't. Yeah, I mean.
I'm a little surprised that how did he miss? He drew a 4, I believe.
That's what I saw as well.
Wedge has a 5 maneuver. He paid 1 to fire for 3, right?
Yeah. So that should have been a 7. I got nothing. I mean, we could have been wrong, but we both saw the 4 there, so.
Yeah, I did. And I don't see in a few maneuvers in here either.
Sir, I didn't see a few maneuvers get played regardless. So we have no idea what happened there. Could have been a counting error. Could have been something interesting. Or it could be that the destiny was different than we thought and we're just idiots.
Could be.
Now Vader comes down in front of EPP Obi at the battle planes. And you can already know right now how the battle is going to end. Both sides are going to clear. As indeed happens. Darkside pulls Fanfare Shield just to verify his reserve deck. That's an interesting move. Oh, before battling in space. That makes more sense.
Yeah, he's going to fire again. He's going to get the draw other fire benefit. Looks like this time he should get Wedge in the lost pile.
He thought about retrieving for initiating battle, but now I think he wants to use the one force.
And can you tell, was that Baron piloting?
I 100% can't tell. And Wedge does go lost. And then we get a 5 for Destiny. So it had to, I mean, it has to be Baron.
I don't think it is, though, because he's only playing one Baron. Baron was just lost unless he was able to get him back somehow, but I don't see anything. I don't know who else it could be, though. Someone that draws Destiny alone. Mara, perhaps?
Mara, maybe.
EPP Mara, though, isn't a pilot, is she?
Yeah. It could be some droid. There are plenty of droid pilots here.
EPP Mara is not a pilot.
Oh.
I can't tell who it is, though. Whoever it is, they drew Battle Destiny.
So anyways, it's Lightside's turn. Luke has gone down to the battle planes. Qui-Gon has gone down to the junkyard. You know what? It had to have been a Baron, and he is running 2 Barons.
Oh, he is. Oh,
yeah,
you're right.
Cards
Yep.
8 and 42, so...
There we go, and that explains how he survived as well.
Yeah.
Although, previously there were 2 characters on the Tanev. One was a 3PO, and the other one, I'm not sure, was it a Leia?
It was a Lando, Scandrel. At one point, though, if he survived, the Lando had to have already gone lost. Don't remember. Someone else might be able to inform us.
Yeah, Nate agrees that it was Leia. And that Leia is not a pilot. I thought I saw 2 characters sideways, which explained why he didn't draw Battle Destiny either.
Anyways, we should pay a little more attention to what's going on. We had a Qui-Gon go down on the ground and then go lost.
Well, I mean, I think what happened simply was that he battled for the Draw Their Fire, and then maybe missed a character on his swing, and then Eva Zen just operated.
That is correct. So Darkseid is moved in front of the Tantive. I assume if the Tantive moves away again, Darkseid will not follow, and will just take the drain for 2.
It will be 1.
Sorry? No, I meant the Darkseid will take Darkseid draining for 2. And yeah, you're right, because Lightside would only drain for 1 at each system. It's interesting to me that the second Baron came in so handy. That's not the normal backup I would see in space. And indeed, this Darkseid decklist is running 2 barriers.
Now, looks like a core into the system there, so we can draw Destiny.
Indeed. If the Destiny's not tracked, this could go badly for Mr. Bali. And we get a barrier. And the barrier gets grabbed. And Qui-Gon comes down again, this time to Mos Espa. So now Darkseid's going to get to drain for 3 and be faced with drains of 6. And he does not have the Ellis Hellrod that would do so good for moving that 3-person army in front of one of the EPPs.
We know at least that Matt has a conquest in his hand. He must have lost the Executor. There's very little chance of him being able to deploy that in this game with Watto out. And there's a Houndstooth floating somewhere as well.
Yes. I have to say I was a little surprised by the amalgamation space package. Combination of combat responses and Star Destroyers and quad drive yards seems perhaps strange. And we get a Baron drawn for Destiny. As Blizzard 4 does clear Luke. So our light side player is currently draining. He's caused 4 damage, and that's everything. Well, that should be everything. I do believe he tried to drain for 2 at Tatooine.
Well, still 1.
Cheetor!
Conquest must have just been lost, and I have not seen a no escape, but I did come in late, so I might have missed it.
Don't believe you did miss it, though.
Maven, do you even see it on his deck list? I don't think I see it.
I don't, and let me tell you, if it's not on the deck list, I would say that just is categorically a deck building error. So, deja vu. We have another turn in which EPPs are going down to sites. Well, looking over these deck lists, I'm going to call this game perhaps too early, but it looks to me like Vikram is going to get a win, just because Mr. Sokol is just struggling to find ways to clear things on the ground. And for that matter, he can't really chase around in space, as the Baron is pretty weak compared to these, compared to either space system. It's certainly not for granted that he'd be able to beat either of them. He might be able to clear Tatooine with some tracking, but I think all of that is fairly irrelevant, just considering how strong this these EPPs keep being.
We talked a little bit about the occupation that Matt's had in his hand all game. He's never had a chance to play it because he's never had a second sight. And I wonder if maybe that could have been a difference maker for him, even if he had just been able to hold Tatooine system and just get one sight.
Oh, absolutely.
So we know he has the disarmed in his hand. So what's probably going to end up happening is that Qui-Gon will be disarmed and end up running away.
No, Qui-Gon's going to be operated. There's still Dr. E there.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense to operate. You talked earlier about how he's held Hujiks in his hand all game, but at every chance he's gotten, Matt has instead elected to operate. And you got to wonder, why don't you just burn through the Hujiks at one time, and then that means that Vic's got to play a lot more careful without a Hujiks in hand.
Indeed. It's a small thing, and I could be wrong here, but I might have thought about leaving Dengar at the other location. I mean, you're all but guaranteed to remove Qui-Gon, and then you'd get a free drain in before consolidating.
I think if anything, I would have moved Dengar and Evazan together and left Maul, because you.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. Your move is better. That's better. Doing that, and then if they run away in space, then the next turn you naturally get the setup of occupation, and then presumably the only ground forces they can come down with is either EPP Obi or a Lando Scoundrel, and EPP Obi has already hit the table 3 times. Fairly reasonable to suggest that he was, that was it for Obi.
I mean, Matt decides to finally lose the occupation, gives up hope on playing that. And the body language for his hands is that he's kind of out of options.
Yeah. We get a verify, or at least a cut. That's seems fairly indifferent. The destinies were presumably fairly similar.
Man, looks like a good enough shot.
And we get a total of 5 deaths, or of 5 attrition left for the light side versus 6 for the, or 5 for the dark side, 6 for the light side, and that is going to get the good game. Dark side was almost out of life force, and it wouldn't have mattered anyway, because light side did have the dominating board position.
I think I missed most of the action. It started off with the battles with Watto, and I came in right as the out of commission hit Watto, which was definitely the big game changer.
Absolutely. Not drawing into the second Watto relatively quickly, not grabbing the first out of commission. Granted, he didn't have the force to, but not grabbing the first out of commission. Having the second one hit the Watto, and then you know, it's almost game over when that happens, and then it did end up being game over. So nothing we should be terribly surprised about. A relatively high variance play that turned out. And as Mr. Pinto says, you know, it was drawing a 6 and 5 for the battle on the ground was very fortuitous for the light side. In the battle that caused Obi to take a tank and a commander with him, that was probably the dark side's best chance to really gain a powerful position in this game. And I will point out that, you know, we talked in the last game about the power of Admiral's orders especially for dark side, and here, battle deployment would have made a huge difference in several of these battles. And it would have allowed him to fish for his commanders more effectively. It seems, quite frankly, I mean, a deck building error to not include it to me.
Well, the battle deployment, you know, he didn't. Did Matt have a capital out most of the game? Because I know that Hidden Base Vic had a capital and a starfighter most of the time. So the battle deployment might have actually hurt Matt in space. Joe Pinto points out we're in attack position now, but however, he plays quad drive yards, which means he cannot play that.
Yeah, and I mean, it would have hurt in. Okay, there were 2 battles at a system where Tantive was there. In one of them, it ended up being that they would have lost power comparatively. So yeah, it would have cost 2 power, but it would have saved or potentially saved 2 different destinies on the ground at Tatooine battles, and would have allowed fishing for combat vehicles. I mean,
yeah.
I think that that's a strong move.
Yeah, I agree. You know, he's got enough for he's got a Blizzard 4 and he's got the tanks in there. He never got a capital out, but he does play 3 of them. Maybe he would have focused more on getting Houndstooth out had he played that. You know, it's a slightly different Watto build than I usually see. You mentioned the combat response mixed in with the couple Star Destroyers. I'm not so sure if that's as efficient. I like the Baron play. I like that a lot. But maybe if you're going to go combat, to go a little bit more all in with it, it looks like he only had Houndstooth and Baron and Maul. And I'm not really sure if that's quite enough.
Yeah, I mean, he also had a black too, but no, I think that I agree with you. I think that the correct call, quote unquote, is more. I also thought there were a couple of questionable calls with this deck list. Not having a second Blizzard 4, I wasn't as big a fan of. I wasn't a big fan of the I wasn't a big fan of, especially considering some of the other cards, not having a Space Maul. He's not as strong right now because Anakin's relatively good in space, which gives Lightside 3 good pilots that are ability 4, but he's still a card, and I think that the tanks is not as strong as AT-ATs for Watto.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. The AT-ATs have done pretty well for me, especially if you can get Veers out. Although with the change to Endor Shield, I think we're going to see less of Veers. I've seen a lot of builds of Watto that run 3 Imperial commands with at least 2 Admirals, and you can use those commands either with the Admirals in space or to pull General Veers. I do think that's probably stronger with as many card slots as the tanks require. They just seem pretty fragile, the tanks, you know. The AT-ATs can be immuneless in 5 or 6, and I think they're a little bit better.
You're absolutely right. You know, a little bit better immunity for the AT-ATs. Trample is a more natural. I mean, Trample's just a great fit with AT-ATs, especially with Blizzard 2, and is an extraordinarily good card. And the biggest thing is that most of the AT-ATs have ability 2. And that means them plus any pilot gets you Destiny, and it, you know, and a little bit of more solid immunity, which can make the difference. Like, the other thing is, of course, Blizzard 4 synergizes extremely well with AT-ATs. So,
although I would say that Blizzard 4 is really good with the tanks as well, because it gives you the 4 ability, and then the tank will give you add 2 battle destinies, which would give you 3. I do think, though, that he could probably use a few more ability 4 characters, especially on the ground, because combining those with the tanks can get you 3 battle destinies really easily.
Definitely thought that this deck was light on characters. And that's one of the things where, like, that's really, I think, the biggest problem with running the tanks is that the tank commander is dead if it's not on the tank. And that I think, is a problem. Because then you're running 4 characters that have to combo in one very specific way. And I think one of the virtues of the dark side combat vehicles and space deck is being able to just put random crap together when things don't go your way.
All right, Maven, I'm going to take another break. I may or may not be back for the 6th game. We'll see.
We'll see. It's been a pleasure. Hopefully you'll come back for the semis and the finals.
Yeah, I hope so. We'll see. Tomorrow I will very unlikely be able to make it, but we'll see.
We're not casting tomorrow, so.
Oh, we're not? Okay.
No.
Are they playing the top 4 tonight?
Yep.
Oh, didn't know that. Then there's a better chance that I'll make it.
Then fantastic.
Okay, well then I'll talk to you soon, and enjoy the 6th game.
Thank you. To all of our viewers, I'm going to turn off my mic and turn on the room. Mr. Anderson just asked, and so I'll answer. This match that just played saw Vikram Bali's light side defeat Matt Sokol's dark side. We believe that each player was 3-3 going into this game.
You can all take mine.
There was like
These are like, these are like even stuff on products.
Over 25, exactly. Combat somehow.
Whoa! That's great. Over 25 points or 5 game shot at target. What?
Oh, right.
I thought he meant like 25 was his draw. And I was like,
Oh.
what the fuck?
I know. Don't worry, I hit it. So what is well, it lets you know his hands I'm not necessarily
That's not fair. It's like, it was a few battles. It was like, yeah. You guys screwed up the reset.
I told you. What color? I'm gonna
You know what's going
and you know what's gonna happen? City's gone. Get out of here.
You're missing it out of play at the same time. That's incredible.
well, I was actually. I was wondering if it starts to build the I think it's set. That's what I would have. That's pretty impressive. I'm just trying to think there's running a catalyst. So like how do you maybe. So I can't imagine it's actual. It would have
Take it down, Brett.
Who's still undefeated?
Well, like you don't know what's next. All right. So let's see. What are we playing? Jared, what's your
Sure. I like your license. Are you worthy?
My license actually don't recognize like I played against Ray yesterday.
Oh,
It's like the bonus
Alright, what else we got?
It looks chocolate. That's what
Seriously?
I still have very nice. No,
No,
that is so crazy how that worked out.
Who knows what? Who knows?
Still get
Because he's not.
all right. Get up there.
You guys head back tonight? So you watch football? It's just something nice that
Really, the calculations why it's going to be not that many people.
Yeah.
Better chance of getting good. So a lot more about additions for the EDX. So Joe passed. Needs to go times 2 probably. And then the felt turns gun that you were talking about. I know you're not. What's that? Well, I was thinking I would just pull out. I'll wait till we can talk about it later. Who's doing the future match?
Wasn't Michael Beck that was behind that?
We just saw a gear jump over the median offset.
I thought you started
Kelly is very
Yeah.
All right, folks.
We got to our top four. Our featured matchup features our only undefeated player, Jared Konsker against Chris Kelly. There are several players at 4-1, so I'm looking at the last round. Hey, me?
Don't trust us.
Greg Shaw, you are playing Steve Skillhead.
This should be fun. Should it? Don't you know his deck? Yeah, of course we know each other's deck. Yeah. Play tested this match up several times. I usually win.
I want to see some light force drain.
Are you playing the Tiki too?
I'm trying.
I might have deck exclusive.
Match ball.
Should be opposite sides. So lucky. We'll get that right this time. So you're both there.
You're playing Steve Solution.
Trust us because we sat down with all shady in the back corner. Can we title this Too Many Thrones?
Hey, take that back.
How's that? Get his name off of there. Get his name off. Oh, that's disrespectful.
And then there was one.
25 X-Wing time.
Why don't have to use it? Keep going up, look at mine.
Somebody take this.
What's on here?
70.
That's the one. He's playing Frank. That's combat. He could have placed it here. You guys see us I'm playing against that is my
Oh.
That's all it was.
bullets and civil. I'll take it.
Okay, I'm gonna mute the room there because it is almost impossible to make out anything that's going on there. This game is going to feature Jared Konsker on light side versus Chris Kelly on dark side. Chris Kelly was a long-time proofer for the PC, has not played in a while, and is welcome back to the game. We are seeing a throne room versus bring him before me. Throne room is starting Walkling. Insurrection and evac control, bring him before me, is starting Battle Orders, First Strike combo, and two other cards I can't see. You gotta love having 3PO go on to the evac control as a throne room player. That's not exactly your favorite thing. Also amusing that you have two Twix pullers go on the evac control. But he's got the Jedi Council Chamber in hand, so it doesn't burn quite as much. We get Home 1 Docking Bay, we get the Hoth Docking Bay. Yes. And that's a first turn. Reasonably successful first turn. Our dark side player is going to go. He draws some. Here he activates and then just draws some. He did draw into a We Must Accelerate Our Plans, which I assume is going to get a blockade flagship bridge here on his next turn. Honor of the Jedi comes out. That's a very good card. Good in this matchup because it takes away some of the damage that both your destiny and the objective can do. Then we're going to see an it looks like a escape pod pulling a Hujix. Which is indeed what happened. I haven't playtested this matchup, though. I have to say, starting evac control instead of your inside serves you well is a bit of a surprise to me.
Yep.
Now we see Emperor's Power coming out. We see Blockade Flagship Bridge coming out. And I assume we're going to see an Emperor come out. Yes, Mr. Dorsch. Jared is playing Throne Room mains against Bring Him Before Me. And has given up a Verify. Since these are two friends and playtesting partners, there's probably not a lot of surprises here. Certainly not surprises that are in the deck list. There might be surprises as to what is the as to what specific cards are in the deck. That is to say, in the reserve deck as opposed to in hand. We see a Hear Me Baby Hold Together, go out for another shield. For Wise Advice for free. So we have Professor, Grabber, and Wise Advice, one of which was free. And as Mr. Anderson wittily points out, there are no battlegrounds on this table. There are no characters on table as of yet. And here's going to come Narshada. It's going to be occupied right away. My guess would be it's going to be occupied by a Tantive with a pilot on board. 10 forces sounds like. Wedge and Han Chui and the Falcon. Well, I was clearly wrong. And now the Your Insight Serves You Well comes out. Still think that would have been a stronger start than the evac control, but Mr. Konsker didn't ask me, so. And for that matter, Mr. Konsker is 5-0, and I am not. At this point, he's probably quite lucky that they are playing 6, or quite grateful, not lucky, that they are playing 6 games and not 8, so that after starting 5-0, he's almost certain to make day 2, as opposed to the several worlds in which he has started 5-0 and then choked. He does put out Civil Disorder, recirculates, and then pays 3 of the upkeep for the Millennium Falcon. And yes, I said day 2. What I really meant was the cut to the top 4, because everything is going to be played tonight. This is the last game of Swiss. We will be followed immediately after this, or possibly after dinner break. This will be followed by the semifinals between 1st and 4th and 2nd and 3rd place, which will immediately be followed by the finals. We see a force push come out of our dark side player. Earlier, we did get to see a feature match involving Jared Konsker's Brengis Glees Superstar, which was a very solid deck. The thing that's probably the most impressive about that deck is I think it would do almost as well against the Brengis shield as it will without it. There's several components to it that I would say are a little less than optimized, but it is a very good deck. It's funny because he actually made several changes day of the tournament that I think made his deck a little bit worse. Then again, he's done well enough. So we see a Darth Maul with lightsaber come down on Maul Sith Infiltrator. To Nar Shaddaa. Maul is most assuredly going to cloak. So her light side player goes and looks for a docking bay. Don't expect him to find one, and he doesn't. Not 100% sure what he was hoping to find there. I do believe we just saw a dark side player pull security tower. While light side starts their turn. And indeed, these are two playtest partners, and apparently in real life friends, which should make this game a little more interesting. I say this as Luke comes down to the battle planes. And if you just heard a beep, those were the deck lists arriving. Which always makes casting a little bit easier. And props are going to go out to both of these players, both of whom typed their deck lists. So Luke and Qui-Gon both go down to the battle planes. very slow start. This could be... There's a lot of very interesting things that could happen here because Luke gets captured by Imperials quite readily. And now Qui-Gon comes... Or now Corrin comes down to join the two. Yeah. Have to confess, I'm not as big a fan of this play. When I run EPP Lukes against Bring Him Before Me, I tend to like to use them for the infinite recursion, playing them out of Lost Pile, trying to control where they go, and trying to never control a site with them. Mr. Konsker seems to be having a little bit different philosophy, so... For anyone who's interested, the dark side player, I didn't immediately know what he was running at the start of the game. It looks, though, however, after looking at his deck list, that he started Crush the Rebellion and Conduct Your Search. Crush the Rebellion seems... Not quite sure I get it, to be honest. It's hard to battle Luke in an Imperial deck with Bring Him Before Me. But he is running 2 I Have You Nows, so... That seems to be doubling down very hard on the dream of Darth Maul with lightsaber. Or Count Dooku. So Emperor Palpatine comes down to the Jedi Council Chamber, which has been Presence of the Force. Then comes down Dr. Evazan and P-59. This is a very interesting move. And Darkseid is continuing to cloak in space. The remarkable thing here with how important that that Presence of the Force is that these are playtest partners, and Jared is running an altar in this deck. I'm not sure I get the move. There is no Clash in this deck that would cancel the Presence, so though again, that's a mighty risk because Clash is just such a fantastic card in EPPs and Resiliences. Boy. It is possible, Mr. Kelly is running several senses, and here comes the altar, so now we get to see if the senses are going to... There was no sense, and now Emperor is stuck at a non-battleground, and Simple Tricks comes out. Even though that is his 4th shield pull, he is not shield busted. One of those was pulled with the Hear Me Baby Hold Together. Both players have put out one of their anti-combat shields, so that did go used due to oppressive enforcement. So he could accelerate for it again. And we're going to see another cloaking. Now we get to see some Sense Alter War. Though I have absolutely no idea what was getting sensed that then got altered. Ah. We must accelerate, which was then used to pull Presence of the Force. We see strike or secret plans come out. And the X-Wing laser cannon goes on Wedge's ship and then comes off it because he thinks better of it. I just did the math because I was surprised. The activation is actually pretty close. Ah, Mr. Pinto is logical. Clash is not a card to be played due to the Crush, the Rebellion start. And Presence comes back out. See a verify that shows several spaceships, several interrupts. A gold leader and gold 1, and a Tantive, neither of which are particularly surprising. And now the X-Wing cannon comes on to Wedge. And we get a nice escape pod search. Which is Mr. Consker's way of sending a 6. perfectly usable, trackable 6. And then we get Alter versus Sense. Once more. This time, and we get Amara down to the hallway. A move which, quite frankly, doesn't make all that much sense to me. And yes, Mr. Konsker did use his walk lane to retrieve an altar. And Lando comes down in front of Mara. Lando could potentially be joined by a Leia or an Obi-Wan, I suppose. Lightside is fairly heavily committed to the board. It could be an Anakin as well. That would be strong. And a You Are Beaten comes down. And it appears as though Jared is counting life force. I'm not sure why. The numbers are high. And we get a sabotage. Oh, that was not a sabotage. That was a drain of 3. Those were the cards being lost to it. And to answer a user's question, it's not 100% for certain, but it looked like Mr. Kelly attempted to put the Emperor to the throne room on his second turn, and there was not one there to pull. It looked like he tried to do a pull for that with the Emperor's power, and then the pull was not available, and so because he had already pulled the Emperor's power and then put it back. So, Darth Vader, Darth Lord of the Sith, comes down to oppose Lando. The light side player will be able to retrieve for this battle, so Lando would have extra power. And an interesting set of destiny, 2 5s and a 1. I assume the reason for putting the Vader down was to use one of the I Have You Nows to get a second destiny. So light side is going to pull a card off evac for this battle, finally getting the 3PO off of evac. And Mara is going to swing and hit Lando. And then we get Destiny of 5 versus Destiny of 1 for a total of 11 to 6 plus 5 is 11 plus whatever the retrieval was. Actually, I do believe that was... And to answer the question, I see absolutely no reason to not attempt the choke there. To answer the question, this was not a Cheetor situation. The light side player initiated, so Since you are beaten says until the end of your next turn, it was a valid battle since the you are beaten was played on the previous light side player's turn. So Lando goes lost along with Mara. Darkseid stacks a card for having won a battle. Vader stays at the site. And probably both players are relatively pleased with what happened in that battle. And there was no need for a Hujix. I mean, he might have Hujix, but the Destiny draw was very low for Darkseid, so the power difference, I counted it as being 1 power difference. I could be slightly wrong. Lando was not eligible to add something to his power for retrieving because Lightside initiated that battle. So we just saw Darkseid drain and Lightside lose several force. Still losing to this big drain of 3. Losing to a drain of 3 and a drain of 1 for 4 total, though effectively causing 4 damage as well. 2 at the battle planes and 2 to Cloak. So Light's player is calculating cards very carefully. What's interesting to me is it looks like our Light player is relatively low on life force. It's hard to verify. That could end up being relatively significant. If this does get into the very late game, paying 3 force upkeep on Hanju and the Falcon is not very affordable. So we see 3PO come down. And it looked like I was incorrect about life force previously because he had a big pile of force in his hand. So for anyone who's joining us late, we have Chris Kelly's Bring Him Before Me versus Jared Konsker's Throne Room Mains. This game, you've not missed much. The current board state's pretty much what's been going on the whole game. There has been 1 battle. It was a battle at the Blockade Flagship hallway between Darth Vader, Darth Lord of the Sith, Mara Jade with lightsaber, and Lando Calrissian Scoundrel. Lando drew high. He was hit, but Darkseid drew low, And as far as I could tell, there wasn't significant overflow, though Darkseid did win the battle. Everything else is pretty much what's on the board. Darkseid has been cloaking every turn in space. The location where the Emperor, P-59, and Dr. Evazan combo is the Jedi Council Chamber, which has been projection of a Skywalker as well as having been presence of the Force. That presence of the Force was altered one turn. Though it's probably not going to be relevant, there's an Honor of the Jedi on table, as well as a Civil Disorder virtual, and Draw Their Fire. So the light side does have more retrieval potential for initiating battles. And indeed, as was previously called in chat, a tracked "Sorry about the mess" on Maul's ship is successful, clearing Darkseid out of space, giving Lightside an overwhelming advantage. The Darkseid space package in this deck is very weak. 2 Maul Sith infiltrators with no Tatooine Mauls or Space Mauls to back it up, just EPP Mauls, as well as a Zuckist and Mist Hunter that also basically doesn't have backup. The only pilots in this Darkseid deck are Dengar with Blaster Carbine, Virtual, and Darth Mauls and Darth Vaders, both of whom are, quite frankly, better off playing on the ground. And that will do it for us. Having had the last chance in space taken away, our Darkseid player, Mr. Chris Kelly, concedes the game. Mr. Jared Konsker will be our #1 seed in the semifinals as we cut into the match play style of play. He advances after having gone a perfect 6-0, going 3-0 with Throne Room Mains, and going 3-0 with Set Your Course Barangus. We are going to turn on volume for the room. If anyone wants to speak up, feel free.
Yes. Capacity rules and captives, do they count?
They use up a passenger slot.
So there's like a one-person tie, and you just got captives, you can't put the pilot at the top.
That's not a
You can't bring the captive.
Jedi.
So what happens to captives?
No, he just can't do
Guy
it.
can't get in.
He's not allowed to get in.
Guy can't get in.
What's going on over here?
I needed a 6 to get them all, because you can't, sorry about the mess, and add 3. Or add any. It's 3.
I wasn't sure if I should ditch the sense of event.
What's that?
I wasn't sure if I should ditch the sense of event. Like, what if I sense that I'm losing a 3 and gaining 1? You know, at that point, I'm losing 3 either way.
Yeah, it didn't matter. You were close to me. What would you do? 1 more damage, then you could have initiated them 5 damage, but
Probably should have went to playing
just for, I mean,
Yes,
still.
Right.
Then I was just afraid it would just be a Vader. We're getting back anyway.
Wait, what was this? His last name.
No, I'm saying shit.
You're working like Dave on something.
That's right. Like Vader. Look at you. I'm gonna land somebody.
Should let your name just not as involved.
What?
Not bothered.
Somehow we got that.
You shouldn't have enough power, you just play. That's what
Instead of extra power.
Well, why not? That's not fair. It's not as bad. I don't think you should play Empress Power. I don't think you're ever going to use Empress Power. I mean, very good.
You're right.
I'm going to start. I mean, you're going to start.
When this lands now, I can over this
Who did that? I bet it happened to somebody playing hidden base. Right when they probe. Right when they.
You should I should put that in. I want that. So good. Might still be a good one. Either way, I had to stay with this loser.
He's gonna ride. Let me take his car.
I really would like to drive home. Friggin' bring glasses.
On 2 minutes.
All right.
I'm sorry, other way around. 6, 5, 1. Everybody else is 4. Definitely. 5 and 1. I'm definitely. 5 and 1. Then it's schedule bit. I'm really hoping we have that program. And I am starting.
We don't play those. What are like prize breakdowns?
That thing's operational.
Is it? That's true. Let's just try that before we go to your instructions.
Not me.
They seem to be they don't like
my entire
she said she'll say
sorry about
you know what I mean? It's not like it's really handled fairly they accepted it like this is going to happen, it's terrible. It's a, they have a 5-year plan, 3-year plan. They have some where they want to get a certain number of certain
Yeah.
I guess I just want to is there a seal today? Oh my God! All I want is a seal. Wait, did you come to be?
You got a bunch of various congratulations. Thank you all. Thanks. Yeah, I enjoyed it.
I'm not gonna lie, I enjoyed it.
I
really like you. Like, is there any sealed product? We've got some. Oh, it's your there's so many cities on I didn't bring his voice on there. I never found my personal it's like you got down to a lot of
I do have two programmers, like him and someone hires.
Low density part of region. That would help you. You know, it's a real indication. Regions. These are the big on that rolls through flags. Yeah. Yeah, we just roll for this. Nice. I love that. We just lady push. Bullshit and budgetary. I got tired of losing the soccer system.
Basically, one day.
That's pretty weird. Let's probably do some like we should draw. We should draw. Yeah. They're brainy. That look like more like he just is like straight like trying to go the freeway. I mean, the other two like get novel state by computers. This thing, you think you'd be more aligned with guys as long as you shit? I don't know. Those people won't they got how easy is it on that? I think it's several players and monster winners.
Better version.
It's like you're a friend.
You know, you don't have to worry about the parties. You don't need it. Whenever I first started playing, I yeah. Just long.
Good, I want to hear. Yes. If I do it right now, I'll wait like every we did it years before you came back. Get a chance, still so good. Truck.
So such a
oh. I got to what do you do? He doesn't want his wife. So what do you do? She's like, oh yeah, we're driving back from Orlando. I don't see it. I just can't remember the Like anything is double. This podcasting system. Yeah. There was a passing out.
How can that second to last one be 25? It's gotta be a joke.
I thought that was unrealistic. How does that happen?
I guess they're both playing. It's gotta be both the people who are playing.
You made him lose
Even
too. Yeah. You ready to go? No. Oh, okay. Well, not for the final four, but we'll wait till it's right. Yeah, so we're questioning the 7 disarmed, and we're questioning this 25 cannon shots.
No, it was, I didn't see
Oh, that makes sense, Frank.
the cannon shots, like raindrops, from the Evan Orders, close calls.
Trying to cover that one.
Yeah, and like he had
So what do we got over here?
That was a Brangus that he just said.
We have to do like doing damage.
and also was interceptors. The 11 SR2 skill, or is that?
No, that's tip. Okay.
It's a lot of TTO.
Again?
So your power push
Yeah, that gets me. Although I had already lost to it.
Actually, power 0.
What's better than
Wait, was how long that we're playing this? You just trade past that. I'll bet it's how long will you roll now. He is worse than that. Did you ignore that? So you always trade it because you already had that 16.
almost months before me?
12 was 3. Well, what did everybody was?
Looks like it's you gotta collapse that site, even though it's still using your right leg. Yeah, is that how it works?
Is he still doing the casting, or have they switched over?
I think, David's still there. He's chatting and
You
stuff.
surprise the proton on you on a different site.
Maybe that's just okay.
When this game's over, they should move this. Just take it out.
Yeah, it costs me like I'll play that first one. Like new like so like it's super cool. Oh no!
Oh, the path.
Wait, so what I should do then?
Hey, someone who's there in the room, if y'all can
Yes, that's
exactly what I mean. It's like, what part of this art conversation
before the semis.
Don't have to be our action. You should teach me the market. You should teach me the nature work.
I don't know if anyone's more. I don't know if more.
Maybe one or two.
It's like,
Oh my God!
We should organize one day. We can get over that. Was it just like, no, I think it was that's what it was. Yeah.
I was like, what would you do? Before that's good.
There's no escaping you that.
I lost it.
Like someone reacted to Lando, and then
Oh, you know what? Lando went against you. You hit a Death Star, so you probably had like 2 6s against P-59.
Everybody.
start getting up to.
Do we have the? Do we find the schedule calculator?
I wouldn't know. You want to jump on?
Yeah. Oh, such a blow up! Blow up by 12 leader though. That was a good one. My beautiful 6. That would have just would that have cleared the entire system?
Yeah, that would have been.
One other thing, David was saying the stream needs to be restarted, or it's going to hit the 8-hour cap.
Oh.
Yeah. So I wasn't trying to do that. So I didn't try to do it.
We think I should give them prizes, bust out 2 packs for prizes. So you realize that between all of us in the area now, we can easily do a local because we got like 15 people in the area that are playing.
Do the stream schedule calculator on here?
What?
Stream the schedule calculator.
I think that's a no.
I have no idea.
That sounds like a no.
Where is it? Go to the website.
Can you just grab up the ways of all people doing it? I feel like you can do it there.
Yes, that's.
They're on the top of the thing. There's a thing how to do it.
There is.
Yeah, it's like
Is this still on? So let's see, how many packs?
60, I think. He posts all those out. Yeah. That's crazy.
How many people? 25?
Yep.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
I'm just gonna just do it manually. There's not gonna be too many.
Everybody was 4 and 2. You're gonna have to do.
I think it's in the top of the main discussion is a sticky.
Main discussion, like general discussion.
Yeah, which probably sucks too. You shouldn't be doing it that way.
My product empty bag in the front zipper.
Chris, I don't suppose you happen to have any sealed product.
Yes.
Really?
No. I grabbed the back of my bag.
I'm just gonna get out of Eileen's day. Because nobody's ever gonna use Jacob for anything other than this.
For all your votes, type in your victory points. Type in the number of children. What's that?
How many 4 2s are there going to be?
I don't know. Let's see.
I thought you.
Oh, no, not yet.
Are they still playing? It's time though, right?
Yeah, all right.
Is anybody? Hey guys.
I have 2 words for you. I should have just shot this I'm going to take those 2 words. Tim Simon times out every game. Two words. Find both words. Would you read it here? Please looking on I'm not philosophy. All those nouns only apply to things and you place it first, and then the action fails. You place a use file, and then you crawl over the It's fine.
Like I would be here.
So many days.
Should we just start giving out prizes? I got more. I'll write this.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You guys, anybody has cards they don't want, put it in that box.
Any cards you don't want to put in that box, because there's good players I've never seen that before.
That could be the rarest.
I want that shit.
Okay, now.
Yeah, my side's
Oh, nice. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
That's it. Determined to make water.
Okay. John, did you get your packs yet?
No.
Okay.
Well, I did.
They've never seen like
I don't know if I need it. Yeah, you know, I was thinking, I don't know if I need something. No, I mean like for my collection. I'm gonna just keep them all because I don't know what I have in my collection. Like I could be missing random
No, for months.
What was that? Oh yeah, because in worst case it's 26.
I put I don't know about
Oh, okay. Right.
What's the box? Oh, yeah, that's going to be a while.
Starting in around.
No, 6. I want to start 3 and up.
Where's the there's
Oh, I'm sorry. Ready for the buy.
Are you divided by 5? I think.
It needs to buy.
I'm sorry. No, it says the vice count doesn't record. And they can use has victory points also. A bind does not count as an opponent, but it contributes to the victory points in the games played to it. Yeah, I don't know that.
There's an example. Yeah, there's an example here. We're going to do this. So let's look at this.
Well, that is not count as an opponent. You know, taking my brain.
Hey, here's Ryan's right player.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't know
Hey,
right, so you divide. You take victory points and divide by your number of opponents. So if you divide, most people divide by 6.
Yeah, it's a little different than when you do
No, thank you. Good game.
I don't think about it so far.
I think it matters how
Winner gets all the maps. This is like Kansas City.
What's up?
No, they started late apparently.
That won't be giant stand-up 3 hours. This is the price I paid for Star Wars. Oh, we're on hand right now.
Stud.
Those demons smell.
I thought they were going to be on the seats. Yeah, we have them. Yeah. I don't think we have them. Just got to get them from the stores.
Oh, okay. So the way you like the really nice garage in a stack. I get one.
Just so yes, 6 1.
We're gonna set the cut. There's gonna be playoffs for the top, for the bottom. Let's just make it top 2. Yeah, concentrate. Make it top 2, or make it top 6 for the top 2 players.
Let's play 8 games.
Just to kind of fix up. So there's like change the rules for that is, but there's like 2. We're having like there's a 5 and 6. So yeah, it's just top 2. It's a huge cluster. I might as well sit one. Yeah, like just get the top 2 triple. I mean, you can't let the place. I'm not saying 5 rounds. It's a good band. Because top 2.
Stay later.
3 rounds. Yeah.
It should take care of one of my problems.
NFL rules are effective.
Alright, let's look at this thing. Let's look at the rules. Let's look at this stupid thing. It says.
There's got to be a 4-man cage match for the last spot. Red, you're going to do. We'll see what wins everybody else.
They calculate turnover
Then
they play. for each of the opponents. So everything will be divided by 6.
What is the actual challenge?
So basically anybody who it's 0.5.
What you wanted to do.
Alright, so let's here, check it.
I didn't want to, and I knew I was going to go 6.
In the case of 2 or more players having the same, drop the lowest score.
No, you can't change it halfway.
How is there's 4-way spots?
There's 6 people for 2 spots. We have 8 people.
2 divided by 6. I need some
1 hour. 1 hour.
What are, I guess what?
We have 2 on top.
Oh, geez.
They might not make it in the 5.
I lied.
There's my thank you. Alright, so this is going to be.
How many people does it take?
Well, they both say Jared.
Is there a spreadsheet online?
Wait, what are, what is this? Like, normally you just do this divide by 6, yeah, use the approximation. Yeah, what's the, wait, so,
Okay.
yeah, I'm not trying to, but I'm just, okay, so. I
could have disarmed him.
He has.
But now there's a top.
Yeah. So you just don't count. No one has to buy too.
There it does.
If you just drop everyone's lowest score, you drop the 5 too, right?
Yeah, so you have 3. Just drop everyone's lowest score. I'm sorry. Yeah, just do that.
That might be easier than
Does the buy count as the lowest? Yeah, it must be.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably why it's there to account for the buy.
I guess we could just play. I know I can find it online. I'll find. Maybe that'll make us feel better if we find the formula.
And then drop the
It was something like Minnesota did it or something like that. Yeah.
So this is what 6-0. So how much is all 30?
6-0-5-1, 4-2 with higher SOS than everyone. So everyone's at 1 spot.
Yeah.
All right. These are all 38.
There's 38 numbers. Oh, he's on the reset event? Oh, here we go. Let's go.
He's like 40.
Yeah.
Oh, that. What the crap? You don't have office on this? What is this? He doesn't have Excel on here.
We should also take the file.
Everybody have fun.
When do you play tomorrow? Oh, Steve said.
I would have just made it.
Okay, so you have a sheet.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter? Doesn't matter. Because the skeletons win, he gets up to 8. And he's got the highest. He's got 50.
Steve is way high.
He's actually skeleton's got 50 because he played me, Jared, and like 2 other guys. He's 50.
This fucking guy. What the fuck? So we're getting done.
Alright.
I know you just gotta check them now. See you soon.
It's worse for 13. Oh, well. Okay.
And then same game, I completed, strong like less guy.
Yeah, so Brad, what are the top ones you read? Jerry 6-0 versus who's lowest?
Google and 5-1 against Steve Field.
Give me a top one.
You're
the next person. There's a 6 and 5, and then you.
Sharon, Chris, Steve, Tom.